La 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 la. Hello. Ka-ching. Okay, I just got the tweet out, chat. Do me the favor, go give that some love. And I'm getting you guys today's artwork. It's taken me a little bit longer to get set up here right now because I am farming as we go. Okay. Are you ready? Actually, perfectly timed. Hello, everybody. Here is today's artwork. Go give Freed some love. Freed is a fantastic artist. He has done a commission for me. It is the Monster Hunter Aurelia. And hello, everyone. I am only at +7 right now, which is me taking an MLB. I'm a little over 50 boxes. Not doing bad. Not doing amazing. Just it's going. Any seed drops yet? Yeah, I think I've had 3, so I think I'm like 1 off of my first MLB. So I'm just waiting on that to happen. Behold my comp. It'd be what it be, chat. Yeah, I didn't get a drop for a while. Like, I was definitely in a drought at the beginning of this. Non-plug comps were so fast. It's why I told you guys, like, it's literally one of those deals where you have to sit there and go like, man, is doing the 90 node or the 90 plus plus node like really better? And depending on what you want, it is. But depending on what you want, it also isn't. Is this Mahatma? Yes. I've already finished all of my bronze apples. So there's that. I am just taking literally anything on support. The only thing I have to watch out for is her proc. If I don't get her proc, I have to pop the Mystic Code turn 1. So chat, congratulations. I have a very high scuff chance composition, and we are doing I Scuff I Gift today. So feel free to try and get me to scuff. It's always a difference of like 5 or 6 gapples anyways. Yeah. It's really not a huge deal, assuming you have like enough refills. Some people though, they're very short on refills because they use their apples proactively. I'm not going to blame anyone for doing that. I'm just going to say it's like that will change your circumstances. That will make you want to get the most out of every run you possibly can. We all can see it's a very quick run. The only pain is if I don't get the proc. Is 1534 the max seedlings? Have you done all of your content? Like, have you caught up on story completely? If so, then yes. Ugh. I have occasionally scuffed here where somehow I managed to fat finger like Draco's third skill before her second. Still got it. I also need to stagger cards sometimes in case this scuffs. Is vastly more useful than fandom as usual. I mean, as it should be. I did see there was another guide out, but as far as I can tell, I'm pretty sure that guide copied ours. It's I don't know. Like, I'm not going to say that you can't arrive at the same comps. You can, but there is a point at which, like, you start noticing where it's like every comp, including some like way more out there comps, are like the same, and you're like, hold on. Everyone's box goals. I don't know an actual like finite number. I'm gonna probably do this by feel, and so it'll really just depend. I didn't want the brave chain there, but whatever. Sometimes Gil can low roll in this comp. Shockingly enough, I only have an NP2 Gil, so I'm like right on the line for like having a Gil that can handle this. I'm going for like 20 boxes a day. That's fine. I'm just trying to get as much done here early as possible. Since y'all know I've been super busy with work, I still have the extended hours. It is not an ideal situation. I've got a major deadline. Yeah, that's also the bad part. Sometimes I card here. So the offset is I don't have to use Oberon, which means that I can use anybody that has an MLB, but also I don't have to get slowed down by Oberon. As you guys know, Oberon has multiple effects like drains, sleeping himself, putting invulns on an enemy, things that like have to pop up and take time. And so whenever you use Oberon, he actually does slow down the comp quite a bit. So I usually prefer not to use him if possible. But Oberon is the very easy solution to this. Oh man, I thought there was a drop there for a second. We're in chat that to the 2 weeks, we only have 2 days for stage 1 and stage 2. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what am I doing? Every once in a while, like, no MLBs show up. I have many people that already have the MLB. including Torak now, apparently. I just got my fifth. Yeah, I haven't had I think it's at 4 if you're running 6 slot that you can MLB your first time with no loss. What I'll do if that happens, I'll probably switch Blavatsky's CE to a better, more consistent one. Or, ooh, I could do like K-Scope Bunyan. Or like, well, The problem is I don't have the charge. Technically, I still need someone that has charge. Charge and AoE, ideally. Oh, God. All right, chat. Chat, you won. You won. I don't know what the heck I did there, but somehow I chose Gills in P early. That was... Ugh. There you go. Silpa, enjoy your sub. And your new emotes. Now I have to figure out my way out of this scenario. I'm gonna try to card down the high health one here. I'm just gonna Draco NP on the next turn instead. We got CAD monologuing, yes. Who'd you use if you didn't have MP2 Gil? Oberon can be used if you have, I think, an NP2 of him. You can probably get away with a lot of robust archers like Ishtar, maybe even Jarcher if you have enough amplification. Obviously, damage C is a thing, but I wouldn't run the damage C in this in the 90 plus unless you had to. There's also the option of combining 2 NPs in the final wave, though I will say that dramatically slows down the composition. But they give you the resub. They give you 58. Hope you're having a good one. Used to play sword fighting with our dicks? What? No. No. No, I don't remember that. What about that do you remember? I don't think that's right play. I'd have to double check it. That was a glorious time. I'm so confused. I feel like I'm being gaslit by chat. Or maybe I've purged sexual assault from my memory. That is me getting assaulted. Soft sword always loses. What the fuck? With love from me to you. If there's anything that you want, if there's anything I can do, just call on me and I'll send it along with love from me to you. Um, the first one is 3 days. The second one is 4 days. And the final one is admittedly longer, yes. But it's not 2 days each. It was consensual, Cad, remember? No, I don't remember this. Chat, did you roofie me? I'm beginning to feel like something here has gone on. And I'm not sure I'm okay with it. I think I need help now. I get that you're trying to distract me so that I mess this up. But, like, thankfully I've done this enough already today that it is relatively muscle memory already. I have a question. Do the lotto spin bug for others? What? Are you talking about like rolling out the boxes? Is it bugged? I don't know. I haven't tried to roll out any of my boxes yet. Cad, why this node over the 90 plus plus node? I will challenge you with a question right back, Arch. Why the 90 plus plus node over this node? Lotto boxes are borked? Are they really? They get all their wildness out before they have to take the CP8. Listen, I don't know about that, Tsuji, but I will say it wouldn't surprise me. Like, the CPA exam is hard enough that, like, I don't blame anybody for doing anything before it. They have to take it. What about the time you used to throw rocks at defenseless children? I'm pretty sure that one didn't happen. Though, admittedly, my father apparently used to... So, chat. This is... If you guys wonder, like, why I'm such, like, an anti-bully, this is where I get it from. I get it from my father. So, when my father was younger, supposedly some jackass kid basically hit him and took his baseball mitt. So then my dad proceeded to take his baseball mitt and throw it on a fucking roof. He then apologized to the kid, let the kid get a ladder out, climb up there to get it, and then basically he took the ladder away. And he left his ass there until dark, where his mother finally discovered him and came back to, like, basically scold my grandmother. So, like, that's where it comes from. It's one of those. It's like, if you fuck with me, I will not get even with you. I will get ahead of you. Sounds like a cartoon. It's probably where my father learned it, if I had to be honest. Oh, you almost got me to pop it at the wrong time. Kind of forgot about the lotto. No, it's all good. I was playing a little bit of Oblivion right there before stream. All 15 minutes of it. It's about sending a message. My dad has a couple other stories like that too. God damn it! How, chat? How? How did you manage this? How? No, it's because he's fully charged on turn one, is the reason. Unbelievable. Cursed, enjoy your gift sub. Chat costing me money, damn it. It was the exam, obviously, yeah. Have I finished Adamfall yet? No. Literally, I have so many games I need to do and so little time. That has been half my issue. I have plus 12? I'm at like plus 7. I am over 50 boxes, though. See it work, Cad? My bullshit works. I bet you can't do it again. That's right. Watches him do it again, yeah. Lotto box is bugged enough that for the first time I sent in a bug report. Wow. So, like, what happens when you try to do it? Like, does it just not give you anything? Overlap of screen, it skips the animation, so it's faster. Wait, why would you report that, chat? That sounds better. Do you actually still get the rewards? I got my pre-orders for Switch 2. Congratulations. You've been scammed. I didn't even try. In fact, I'm pretty sure I forgot it was a thing until I saw someone posting on Twitter. I think it was GNA Reviews posted these, like, that half the people complaining were right there in the freaking line trying to order one. And I'm like, he's not wrong. Like, you don't really get to complain about the price if you're just going to sit there and buy it anyways. Eh. Hopefully this one's not a... Oh, shit. That one's a low roll. I get a high roll. I can get lucky here. Only 2. No, it was all 3. Fuck. That was just me not checking. The gaps. Enjoy your gift sub. All right, chat. Nothing else during this run, though, counts. Because now I'm making up for the scuff. I didn't even do anything. I know. Yeah, it doesn't count for you. How do you have 50 boxes already? Did you farm during work? Yes. Yes. And what if I told you that I wasn't even that efficient doing it? I've been known to do more. He went Ben Affleck with it. Is that like a Batman reference? Or are you talking about the accountant? That's an... God damn it, chat. Oh my god, no MLBs. I heard they're making The Accountant too, and I'm like, what is that even supposed to be? Is it just another accountant going postal? Did he relapse? Did he start working for like some bad dudes again? I'm gonna play that smart. The accountant to the audit, Jesus. It's him and his brother this time, like his real life brother, or like his in character brother. Okay. John Barenthal. Oh, really? So they're gonna have the Punisher and the accountant team up. That's going to be weird. Like what? One does your taxes, the other kills you. Punishment for late filings. That's true. One needs to be the accountant, the other needs to be the IRS. That's the only way this works. Bullets, grenades, and black t-shirts. Yes. Yeah, it's got to be all on the record, right? Like, can't have him trying to like sneak that in. Wait, did she? Yes. IRS always gets their money. Did you know that that if you type the IRS, it spells theirs? Because everything is theirs. Chad, do you know how accountants say goodbye? Calculator. Just saying. Wait, Bob, why did you type bio? Listen, I can't, okay? If the IRS stopped existing, wouldn't you lose a ton of work? Yeah. I wouldn't be out of a job, but I would lose a ton of work. Do I care? Not really. The chat reaction is good, though. Listen, chat's used to my dad jokes. Cat'll just be a gun for hire like the movie. Well, I mean, isn't the plot of the movie that like he was an accountant and they forced him to do bad shit and then like I forget like shit went south and he ended up having to like shoot his way out? He's an accountant, but he's also a vigilante. I see. Yeah, you still have a long time for Dust. Or he was CIA. I remember the whole like he goes into his house and he has like secret compartments and shit. And he has guns. Just like me. I mean, what? Tinder, Liz, Arash, Oberon, David comp. Because except for Arash, all are low bond, and I can backline bond to 5 stars. If it works. Like, I think there's definitely some merit to it. Why did... I did not want the, like, maxed out thing there, but whatever. I mostly paid attention to Anna Kendrick. Oh yeah, she was in that movie, wasn't she? It's been forever. It's been forever since I've watched that movie. Let's do it like that. Isn't that Mr. and Mrs. Smith CAD? What? With, like, the hidden compartments full of guns, or Anna Kendrick? His dad was military and he got special training. Okay, yeah. Ishtar, Summer, Anna, and Helena comp works pretty well too. Ah, somebody else that figured out Helena. I very quickly was like, man, I really don't want to use Oberon. So I just was like sitting there trying to figure out what worked. I did try Caster Gill. Caster Gill doesn't really work unless I finagle things. Feliz Navidad. That's right. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, I bet you didn't expect this, chat. It works. It does. I've heard it before. Well, Helena NP you need for it? Definitely 5, because my 5 barely manages. Like, this stuff probably gets easier if you guys have MLBs. I don't have a single MLB yet, though. Random Bond Grail team for now. I did finally finish bonding Mary Anning. So, officially, I have bond 10 every single 2-star and lower in the game. Which is like, fuck. To be fair, I had that done a while back as well. But now that I finished her, I finished, like, the new one as well. Because if you guys remember, we got quite a bit one of the anniversaries. And then, like, ever since then, I've been kind of playing catch up with it. But now it's like, nope, done again. Nice king. Now, chat, what I need y'all to do is if you guys get a drop, I need you to go into FGO General and post a picture of your drop. Because I've heard that it will salt the people in FGO General. And at this point, I'm trolling them for not coming to stream. The usual ritual, then. Exactly. Never? Oh, power. Don't want to play along? I was telling Avalon, though, when I first started doing this comp, I had a sequence where... So if you guys know, I have Helena's middle skill Lord. That means it has an 80% chance to proc. And I had a sequence of 4 runs in a row with no proc. And I was like, damn, that's impressively bad luck to begin this comp. So it's like, okay, I'll take that as a sign. The game doesn't like me right now. Under 1 million left needed for level 10. Yeah. 90++ is annoying as I expected. That's kind of what I was trying to tell people. Is like, unless you're rolling in there with a damage CE, it's really not worth. I I think we saw like how many people being like, oh, I can just MP5 Ibuki this, and it was like, bet. Like you can't just sit there and roll through all the 90 plus plus nodes with one unit. The devs are smart about that, and they know not to allow it. And I did ask Avalon to look into that, because like, okay, are we gonna see this happening? And it was like, oh, I almost fat fingered the skill there. And he ran the numbers. It's like, no, it's still shy. But for you, in my time, there'll be no one else. Think of done with Doman next? Yeah, there's a lot you can do. I just don't see the point at that point, because it's like you're gonna go to like such extremes to make the 90 plus plus possible that it's definitely gonna slow the composition down. Like a lot of like the projected 6 slot comps for you trying to do things not at NP5, but instead of like like a NP2 or NP3, pretty robust number. You had to do things like double Castoria comp and stuff like that. And I looked at that and I was just like, normally I don't, I'll tell Avalon, it's like, I don't really want these comps in the spreadsheet, but it's kind of better to have a comp like that just so that people kind of see, because people will ask those questions. They will be like, hey, can I do this? Can I do that? And it's like, well, yeah, but here's what it's going to take. It's dumb. Yeah. Well, this is, and so it's like, chat, when a bunch of you guys keep coming in here asking me, why are you doing the 90 plus? This is why. I'm dead serious. Like this run is just so much easier and so much faster. And I have a more involved variant of this comp, because I could just run Oberon and not give two shits. Do all writers have the writing trait? Not every single one, but most do. Most writers and most sabers have it. Yeah, I mean, I think to a degree, if you like the like drops are subjective as far as I'm concerned, because an account can need something more than they need dust, for instance. Like maybe you were around a shit ton for the old dust lottos like I was, and so you don't actually need the dust. And then you're like, oh, okay, well now we've got like the 6.5 material on the other node or something like that. Actually, no, I think that's round 3. What is the first one? Actually, do we have the guide linked in like the guide command? Not yet. mind replacing it for me? Meteor shards and blue orbs. Yeah, so meteor shards are good, right? Like meteor shards are definitely something that people need a ton of. So if someone wants to do the 90 plus plus for meteor shards, I'm not going to tell them that they're wrong, right? Like there's nothing wrong about that. If you just suddenly decide that's what I need and I need that more than the 90 plus, more power to you. There's absolute value there in you going and getting that material that you need and you doing that node. Okay. But what I'm trying to combat and what I'm trying to get you guys to kind of like wake up and realize here a little bit is this mantra, this idea that like I must do the highest level node. The highest level node is the best. That is not true. And that's what I'm trying to get you guys to realize so much. And I keep trying to like beat it into you, because a little bit, I think that's the unfortunate attitude that the community has. And I understand why. I understand the pressures that are there, but I'm trying to kind of break that conditioning for you guys and get you guys to realize it's like, hey, yeah, there is nothing wrong with stepping down and doing a, like quote unquote lesser node, because it may actually be better. And in this circumstance, I at least believe given the amount of refills that I have, that this node is better. That like I'm gonna basically get my gold done faster, which I value way more right now. My own personal time, due to my work schedule, I'm absolutely valuing the crap out of getting that gold done faster. What is this? The flute song. God. Dad trying to beat us. Ah, there we go. I dropped myself. So let me go check, because I need to make sure. Get the song now. Let's see if I can refund that, because it's already on the next song. Streamer luck, yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's the amount I got out of the shop. Then there's 5, which is 1, 6, which is 2, 7, which is 3, and 8, which is 4. You can with 8. Yeah, I think this takes me down to 5 slot instead of whatchamacallit. Five slots okay with me? Yeah, I don't mind, because what I do when I 5 slot, so like I'm not losing any bonus, but I'm not gaining any bonus. But what I'm gaining is I'm gaining a CE slot. So I can basically take this and use it to, like, okay, if I wanted to, I could do like the damage sheet, or I can throw in a different craft essence to make me faster. Which one got the MLB? That one? I'm gonna put it on Oberon for now. I actually feel like more people are using Oberon in this current wave. I'm gonna put it on Skadoodle there. Then gonna put it on Castoria. Could you remind me why we need plenty of dust mats for OC? You don't. You need plenty of dust mats in general, not specific to OC. What am I doing? I'm using Morgan. Are you using Morgan? Are you asking me a question, or are you questioning yourself? Okay, so a couple ways I can go about this. One would be to continue to use her. The other is, let's see, do I have who can charge the party by like 20%? You know what? I'm going to use it. There's no way to do party charge. Yep. Filter on the bottom? Where? X all allies? Is John's party charge? Interesting. I didn't remember that. Yeah, it was. Janako strikes again. I could Eliza this. Did I have Eliza finished? Can I K-scope this? We'll find out. Well, one way or the other, we'll find out. Oh yeah, I'm basically using I'm using plug suit so I don't have to target anyone with the freaking skill. All right, let's see just how bad this is. Hopefully good. I like that. So the question is going to be, can Gil tough it out? Actually, doesn't Eliza give the whole Mount Liang thing? So, which one's Gil? Isn't Gil chaotic? Yeah, because he got impede in. Damn. Damn. Same thing with Draco. So, not ideal, but it'd be what it be. Gil is chaotic good. Yeah, but she buffs lawful, neutral, and chaotic, and neutral's the one you want, because neutral, she actually gives neutral and P damage up. But that's good. That's a consistent comp. And I like that. That's actually more consistent than what I'm running. Nope. I have one free slot, and I think I've accidentally friend requested a bunch of people. But after like tax season ends here, I'm gonna like pull my list again. So that whoever actually does end up accepting my last slot that I've accidentally requested will just end up getting kicked. Rando sneaking in for a little bit? Yeah. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, now at least for now, I don't have to worry about anything, chat. Now this is an automated comp, basically. I can just go like, okay, and as long as I don't press the wrong button, I'm good. Dragon Catcher, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hope you're having a fun time in the lotto. Don't kill me, Cad. Why would I kill you? Unless you've been unsubbed. You have amazing units on your friends list? I do. I definitely do. One of these times, I need to watch, see if I get good cards, and I need to not pop the Mystic Code just to see what the power differential is without having Helena's buffs. Yeah, because he's still clean killing even without it. Lynn is one buff away from being a pretty nasty support. She's already a pretty nasty support. At least for what she is. It's the same thing a little bit with Gil Caster. Like, just really, really strong. Oh, it's true. I still have the charisma in this. I don't know why I was thinking that I was getting nothing out of it. Yeah, it's 20% attack up. Okay, never mind. It's basically net even with Elena. So this is actually, like, no different. Will be at my Penth now, makes it so I don't have to use any more MC skills. That's definitely good. Yeah, Avalon showed me, he's like, oh, I'm running the Penth Artoria comp, and I'm like, damn. Because the only reason I'm not running that comp is basically because my Artoria is already like Bond 12, and I know how useful she is. So I'm like, I'm not fast tracking her Bond. If I don't have to use her, I'm probably not going to. Because there's going to be times where it's like, oh man, I just have to actually get away with using her. Okay, this is good. So let's try this. We got a full Buster Brave Chain. This should kill. So no Mystic Code here. He'll probably leave some health. Yeah, 140. So yeah, he definitely left some health. And goodbye. I don't think that was a terribly good roll, though. I feel like normally if something like that happens, I end up with about 20k. Istari Koyami Oberon. Yeah, Koyami's another really good option. But I've also used Koyami a bunch already, and I was like, let's give her a rest. Because, like, this node, honest to God, this node is easy enough that you really don't have to be utilizing like meta supports. I mean, you can see I'm literally getting away with Eliza, right? So this is kind of a stupid comp. I'll help your vids gave me after I first started playing. Hey, no problem. Happy to have you. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Pretty much no AoE archers at all. You have Emia, Napoleon, Atalanta, and Toka. Yep. Yeah, neutral's fairly rare. It's also, like, neutral doesn't have a lot of units that really buff it because of that. Good thing all the 90 plus are similar in difficulty. Yep. I feel like, you know, given the prior lottos that we had, right, where things were kind of bouncing all around, to me, this lotto is where they finally were like, okay, we now know what we need to do between 90 plus and 90 plus plus. And so, like, you can see there's this huge debate right now as to, like, which of the two nodes is better. That's a good thing. That means they're relatively even, right? Like, and it's really just going to come down to the circumstances of each node. And so at that point, I actually think that means they've kind of tuned the balance right. Though, admittedly, some of these 90 plus plus nodes are pretty, like, hairy in terms of their requirement. But this is just kind of the way it is. Like, the issue at play here with 90 plus plus is a lot of the time you get bailed out by damage bonus units and by, like, people just kind of maybe not, like, 3-turning it, or maybe they just go, like, whatever, I'm gonna like run whatever it takes in order to get it. I'm gonna run the damage, see, yada yada yada. This time around, efficiency is the primary goal, and it always is in a lotto. So it's like lottos are just really, really bad for that. They absolutely put pressure on you to be as efficient as possible. So with 90 plus plus in mind, it gets rough. And I think this is also, at this point, they've started to respond to this concept of, like, oh, I'm just going to, like, Melisson everything. I'm just going to, like, Tiamat everything. I'm just going to Ibuki everything. It's like, obviously there's content that you can still do with those, but they've tried to make it so you don't have a one-size-fits-all solution, and that you probably do need, like, multiple MP levels in order to pull certain things off. Char, thank you for the 41. Nicotina, thank you for the 18. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the support. If you don't want to use meta supports on this node, you kind of need units leveled with at least NP2. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is. Like, it's one of the reasons why I'll sit here and I'll tell you guys, like, hey, like, NP2 is a really good number because it's a very synergistic number for how the devs seem to balance things over time. It's also the number at which you can go, like, hey, I can get away with a whole lot compared to, you know, like if you just have NP1, you're going to be like, oh man, I have the bare minimum. And now I'm kind of getting like weight roomed by some of the nodes where I just don't have enough damage. Or it's like I have enough damage, but only if I like maximize the loadout. So that ends up being the issue. It's like the more NP levels you have, the more strategies you can get away with. Though, to be fair, that has always been the case. Like literally from the early days of FGO. Xmas is doing the same thing. Yep. Yeah, like Xmas has a honestly, I think this upcoming lotto for Christmas is probably the best they've ever designed a lotto in terms of like that's how a Christmas lotto should be. But we'll see. I think like to some degree people like will and won't need the materials again, and you'll see kind of a weird structure in the fact that we actually have like 90 plus every single day, but we don't get the plus node until the end. Yeah. Yeah, I better start working on that now, Avalon. That's definitely going to be a lot. But to be fair, and I think like Avalon knows this, whenever we have that many nodes, I'm going to really like tone down on him where like sometimes he'll come to me and he'll be like, hey, here's the lotto sheet. Here's what I've got done. And I'll be like, okay, like how many comps do you have for each of the rounds? And I'll be like, okay, let's try to find some more comps for like this round because you're low on them. You don't have a whole bunch. When it comes to a lotto in which there are going to be like 7 nodes or 8 nodes even, I'm not going to be a stickler for that. I'm going to instead, oh, God damn it. It happened. It literally was like, no, you totally hit that. Can I get myself out of this? I could have if I had popped his NP game. Scuff? It's technically not a scuff yet. Technically not a scuff yet. You could have used 2 times command seals. Could I have? Actually, I could have because the command seals reset. I had no command seals before stream. Oh, hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Wait. Hold on. Come on. Yes. Yes, his Buster card. Yes. It's still a 3-turn, baby. Zashu with the 6-hit Buster attack. Gotta love it. Yeah, I told you, chat. Chat's like, oh, it's a scuff. And I'm like, no, I can still get out of this one. It's not a complete and total brick. Granted, I basically needed perfect cards for that. If I didn't get that, it absolutely was. So it was only because of the cards that I actually got dealt. If not, nope, just Dedge. The art of bullshitting your way out of mistakes feels good, man. Don't worry, chat will get me more. Especially, like, chat, we go right back to the other comp if you guys can get me to have another drop. Okay? I need you to do your whole and, like, summon another drop for me. Draco's second MP is when she gets 3 busters. What do you mean? Yeah, Gil has a 6-hit Buster card. Oh, this is the new Gundam opening, isn't it? Or wait, no. This is Apothecary Diaries. Draco Triple Buster just ruins. Oh, it does. I had one like off stream where I thought I scuffed, right? And I got to the middle wave that Draco normally impedes, and I had enough stars, and I basically waltzed in with I think it was like a Gil Quick card and a Draco Arts and Buster, and I mighty chained it, and the Draco Buster crit, and I got out of it without having to NP, and I was like, oh, thank God. But yeah, so I ran the 90++ earlier, just the one time to get it complete, and I was doing it on like basically my car ride into work. And so whenever I like play FGO in the car, I don't pay attention to it very much. So that was like a mistake right there, because I should not have been like doing the 90++ node when I can't pay attention to it. And so like I got into that, and I basically managed to like get myself into a bad situation where I was like, oh crap, I've pressed the wrong buttons. And I ended up like having to like scuff the run, and I bricked it really bad. And I still won in the end, but I literally ended up having to triple seal because I had Hozuin in my backline, and he soloed the final enemy all the way down to like 50k health and then died. And I was like, God damn it, dude. So I almost managed to pull it out, but not quite. Don't drive and Lotto grind at the same time. I am a huge proponent on like you not being on your phone in the car. And I'm dead serious. I know that sounds hypocritical, but the way I treat my phone whenever I'm in the car is I treat it as if it's like nothing more than a radio dial. Like I'm not going to pay attention to it for anything more than like a split second. And if I am, I'm doing it wrong. However, chat, y'all have seen I can absolutely play the game without paying attention to it. I literally do it every single day on stream. So it is what it is. Do I scuff? Yeah, sometimes I scuff when I'm not looking. But I also can do it. This isn't over. It's over. I have the high ground. Doman is a pain in the ass. Yes, he is. Yeah, it was Doman, wasn't it? Autoplay with YouTube music is how I handle it. Yeah, it's like, to me, what I don't like is like people that sit there and they're like, hold on, let me just like sit here and like text while I'm in the car, like just back and forth. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Like, don't do that shit. Like, it's like if you gotta like just press a quick button on your phone, I don't see any harm in it. It's no different than you touching the radio dial real quick. But like, yeah, I think absolutely this is something that I can't stress enough. It's like your focus always needs to be on the road and not your phone. Your focus always needs to be on like what's happening around you, rather than like, oh hey, let me just go like. It's like you can't be doing that while driving. Always be careful when driving because anything can happen. Yep. Glances on GPS to make sure you're going the right way. Yeah. Overkilling Doman with my summer Nobu is justice. Yes. I'm running 5C 90++ only for fragments. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, but I'd have to ask, like, how fast am I running this node compared to somebody running a 90+? Or, sorry, a 90++. I assume I'm faster, but I have no idea how much faster I am. And I'm definitely not peak efficiency here. I rotate between the plus and plus plus. All depends on how many C's I have. Yeah, like in theory, I could go run the 90 plus plus right now with like a damage C. Time to account for NP animation time, right? Is it 2 to 3 minutes? Oh Jesus. Yeah, I mean honestly, that doesn't surprise me though, right? Like, I think like peak efficiency, you can run like a 90 plus or a 90 node in about like anywhere from like a minute to a minute and a half. It gets difficult to get faster than that just simply due to like loading and like animations and stuff. So it's like there is a point where it's like, yeah, you're actually capped. A crack to Feistion will fix any alter ego problems. No. And I say no because Hephaestion, remember, Hephaestion's one of those units that has 100% charge baked into her kit. She's good, but she's not like your most damaging unit. Oh, God. I'm so sad that like we're never going to get another season of Moon Knight. Because Moon Knight was such a good show. And I like say that as somebody that's like, I don't much care for a lot of the like more recent Marvel shit. So it's like the fact that I'm willing to extol the virtues of like Moon Knight. Honestly, like Moon Knight and Loki were both pretty good to me. Millicent is over 100% charged and is strong thanks to Black Grail. Yep, Millicent is definitely one of those exceptions. Millicent is where they got the formula wrong and they forgot that a unit that has that much charge is supposed to do less damage. And actually, if you go look at like Millicent's like raw numbers without craft essences and compare it to other units, you'll actually see Millicent is a little bit lower than some of the other units. But yeah, it's just that like insane scalability that she gets and the fact that she has a stacking overcharge buff. So it's always going to be that way whenever they do that. It's kind of like a recipe for disaster. And you can see it's like a very similar scenario with someone like Tiamat. $900 HP. Oh no. If you want Char, although like, are you taking like somebody's Oberon on support? Because I could say if you're using your own Oberon, you could probably just pump a little bit of like experience into the craft essence and get a little bit more attack. And then that would do it for you. And it would prevent that low roll. Most of it was just they didn't actually test her. I don't think it's that they didn't test her. I think it's like they maybe didn't foresee like the effect of Oberon and what he was gonna do combined with like Black Grail. Like to me, chat, you know, I've talked about like nerfing Oberon and like giving him like less of a steroid and stuff like that. But like quite literally, if you just said Oberon's skill affects all like unit sources of NP damage and not like mystic codes and craft essences, Oberon would be way more balanced. Way more balanced. Right? Like, so that right there is kind of where they fucked up. I think they just let him affect too many things. And it's like, I don't know that they thought about that one. Thoughts on 100ing this Lotto C? I highly recommend you do it. I think Oberon's fine now. I I don't, but only because I think when we're staring like 90 plus plus nodes in the face that require like NP3 and stuff like that to do for certain units, I think that inherently means that there's some problems with the game's balance. Oberon is the reason for the 90 plus plus nodes, and while I understand that they wanted to give like players something more so that they had a reason to level the NP levels of units, it's also one of those problems where again, like I said, everybody kind of has this mentality of like, oh, I have to do that one, and so it very much like just messes with their very much messes with the like psychology of the player. But I think this is one of those things where it's like the devs would agree with you. The devs would be like, yeah, it's balanced now. As a player from the outside looking in, I don't think it's terribly balanced, because we had a point in FGO where NP1 was enough for the vast majority of things. Now we're getting to a point where for end game content, NP1 is still okay for the vast majority of things, but it really depends on the content. And so it's like for a Lotto, I'm going to tell you that that answer is not really a yes. For honestly, even things like some of the more like challenging things like the Olga fights ahead, I'm not sure it holds up there either. So it really depends. But I will grant you, it's like, well, some of that's challenge content. You're not necessarily supposed to do it at the highest tier. But I'm also going to say it's like, yeah, but then there is some sort of inherent problem, because that's not the way the game used to be designed. The game very much was designed so that anybody could do anything, whether they were free to play or whale. And it does feel like the devs are trying to give you options for content, but that the higher options are getting pretty whale exclusive. Brandon on, thank you for the sub, buddy. Thank you for the 65. Good luck with the Lotto grind. Appreciate it. Thank you for the MLB. You don't even need meta supports to just make your life easier. Yeah. $1,400 credit savings mark on JP. Easy. Nice. That means you've managed to resist the bait. I think that's like, they have thrown so many banners at us here, and they still got even more. A little bit, I think the way they did this is a failure. Like with how they decided to make every unit on rate up. Because I think probably the majority of people are going like, I don't care anymore, I'm just going to wait. Because there is a point where I think it's like the player just kind of gets tapped out. They either don't have the savings, or that I was like, man, I could let that go through, but I'm like, it'll just make the comp worse. It'll actually be faster to go back. Magitech Pixel. Enjoy. Okay. Let's press the right Noble Phantasm. That's cheating, Cad? You're right, it is. I consider that a scuff. If I have to cheat like that, I'm gonna consider it a scuff. Yeah, I think like in the Olga fight, there's 3 different tiers, right? So doing the base tier free to play is like, it's possible. It's annoying. I don't think like everyone and their brother could do it, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say that. Like, I think expecting your average player to be able to like handle something like that, it's probably a big ask. Okay. And I say this because I know, like, at least to some degree, like how uneducated people can be about the game. as well as just like in general the like lack of care or lack of desire to do anything strategic. So I'm gonna tell them, at least at that point, a little bit they're kind of like playing it wrong or in the wrong game at that point. But I'm also going to say that, like, yeah, that is a little bit on the devs. The devs have to understand they do have those players out there. And I think, at least with regards to the Olga fights do feel like they're overtuned. Like, they're supposed to be a challenge. I get the feeling it's probably going to be to eventually unlock a version of Olga, like, for free. And so I understand why they want there to be a little bit of a higher barrier to entry. But that particular Olga fight's pretty rough, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them knock it down a peg in the future. Though it does depend. It depends on like do we actually get something that kind of hard counters the fight pretty easily in the future, and then it's like all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's not a big deal anymore. So, though I doubt that'll happen. They expect you to have all Lancer Caster and Moon Cancer class scores maxed. Yeah, which I think is an unrealistic and actually like brain dead expectation of the developers. I think the developers expected you to have min-maxed a system that was optional that they literally have had to make multiple adjustments to because they knew that players weren't doing it and weren't using the system. And they're somehow expecting you to have that maxed. It's like, nah, dude. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I'm telling you that you're either wrong or the devs actually did think that, and that would make the devs really stupid if that was the case. So it's like, for all I know, those are like equal possibility, right? And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if that's how the devs actually thought about that. But yeah, it's like they're going to encounter problems. And this is why I do think probably towards the like end of the year, or maybe even sooner than that, maybe something like after the grand system comes in, it wouldn't terribly surprise me if they turned around and said, here is a quote class score campaign, and now you can like level up class score easier. They're going to give you more of the unlockers because we are missing a bunch still, particularly of the highest variety. And they're going to sit there and they're going to go like, okay, finally, here you go. Here's a bunch of these materials that we haven't been giving you. Now you can actually complete your class score. Because I do expect that within reason, class score only probably has another shelf life of about like a year until people are actually like completely done with it anyways. And I'm not telling you like every player will be done with it. I'm going to tell you the vast majority of players won't be. But there will be some players that will be done with it, and they will be like, what the heck? Give me a new system. I have no reason to play the game anymore. So that's going to be the issue that they're going to face. So I'm going to expect that probably for part 3. This is a bold prediction on my part, but you're probably going to get the end of part 2 at the end of this year. And then like probably New Year's or shortly thereafter, you're going to get like the prologue for part 3. And sometime in part 3, you will get a new system similar to the coin system and appends, similar to class score. It's going to be a new meta system for enhancement. Because that's just, it's one of the only ways that they can actually keep the treadmill in the game going. And that's like, I don't think that's that much of a bold prediction. Like we know that and they know that. That's basically live service 101. What do I think part 3 will be anyways? I think there's a lot of possibilities. It really depends on like what Nasu is like cooking, because I've talked about like numerous things that I would want to see story wise. Also just like the idea that there could be like, I don't know, like just in general, like different possibilities for progression for the main character or for a different character. So in that regard, it could be any number of things. And it's why it's difficult to make an accurate prediction. Because I think Nasu's trying to tease that like the main character is going to die. And I want to state that I think he will absolutely dangle that in front of us. And then he's probably going to pull it back. That is to say, it's going to be similar to how... Okay, I'm not going to say anything else for story spoilers, but I'm going to say it's going to be similar to how he dangled the death of another main character in front of us at a prior point in the story. Where we thought the character was dead. And then it was like, oh, wait, no, they're not. They need to actually conclude the current main story instead of dragging it out again. Yeah, I'll say this, like, I don't mind that the story took so long. They can take a long time with a story. I have to, like, I've criticized them for how long it has taken. And I guess that's incorrect criticism. The truth of the matter is here, chat. The problem is not how long Lost Belt took. Okay? Because, like, breaking this down again, like, part 1 was 1.5 years. Part 1.5 was 1 year. Part 2 has been what, like 5 years, something like that. And part 2.5, we're gonna call it that ordeal call, has been like, when all is said and done, it'll have been another 3 years. 8, yeah, basically. So they definitely took a long time for this, right? Like way longer for part 2. Here's the thing. You can take this long on a story. The problem with it is that part 2 and part 2.5, I'm sorry, but they are just way too formulaic. They're formulaic in the same way that part 1 and part 1.5 are. It's the exact same. So that feels like an invalid criticism. However, part 1 and part 1.5 don't suffer from this because they took far less time. They literally were like flashes in the pan compared to everything in Lost Belt. So it's not how long Lost Belt took. It's that it very much was a formula. And while each individual chapter of it is different, you literally know that it's going to like go through the paces. It's like, oh, we have the cryptors. Oh, we have the like basically the ordeal calls for each class. It's like, okay, you kind of just see the formula in play. And so unfortunately, for better or worse, you know what to expect. And I think that's the issue with it is the story, even though the story was hype, even though the story has twists and turns in it, it's actually still, at least to some like macro degree, predictable. And that I think is the biggest issue that I have with it at this point. And it's why I want them to move on, is because a little bit, I feel like I know too much now. I feel like all of this is kind of just like, yeah, I figured a lot of it out. Part 1 even a spoiler at this late? We have new people that join the channel all the time. So it's like, I'm going to state this on spoilers. My stance on spoilers is that, like, literally just don't talk about big impactful things like that you know would be a spoiler, right? Like, to a new person. You could talk about, like, Solomon Temple of Time without revealing the major fucking gimmick of Solomon Temple of Time. Because everyone that's done it will know what you're talking about. Same thing with, like, I don't know, like LB6, right? .5 kind of feels like it's just an extension. It is. You can very easily see how Nasu could have wrapped the story up in LB7 if he wanted to. He easily could have, especially with how LB7 ends. So at that part, it's like, okay, yeah, he could have slapped on the end chapter right after LB7 and that would have been it. But I think, oh, there's another one. All right. Damn, chat. Damn. We lost it. We lost the Eliza comp. Nussy wanted to expand on his other games and stories in universe to close them out personally. I'm gonna tell you, 2.5 was an extension to buy time. Now the question is, what was an extension to buy time for? Did he write Ordeal Call to buy time for things like Tsukihime? Or did he write Ordeal Call to buy time for things like Part 3 being developed behind the scenes? I don't know. And we'll just have to see, because when Ordeal Call wraps up, if we get a 2.5 before we get a Part 3, that will tell you what the answer is. Because that will mean that they didn't develop Part 3 in that time. And then we'll all be like, God, no. Like, we refer to Ordeal Call as 2.5 because it's a player-given moniker, not because the developers have treated it as such. So that is the difference there. At least with Epic of Remnant, we knew it was the bridge to the next part. In Ordeal Call's case, we don't know that. Ordeal Call, at least for all intents and purposes, does appear to be an extension of what we currently have. Chat, how much am I at? I'm at 38. So I'm at like 60 boxes now. A little bit north of 60, almost 65. Hold on. Oh, wait, I can't see their level right now because that's by acquisition. Yeah, it's like I didn't want to accidentally throw in like a level 6 one or something. Whee! Wait. Did I miss one? Weird. Huh? Yeah, no. I think you're disagreeing for the wrong reason. So I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong, Galactic. What I'm trying to say is that story can take a long time if they make sure that it's like changing, right? So that it's not a formula. Then you actually feel like you're hitting like progression points where it's like, oh, okay, you fight that villain, and then it's like, oh, okay, and then we fight this villain, rather than it being like, you fight that villain, you fight that villain, you fight that villain, you fight that villain, and it's like, it's just the same thing every time. Okay, so it's like, it's different to me if it's like you're meandering all about and then you fight that villain and then you quickly fight this villain and then you meander about again and then you fight this villain. And so it's like, at least if they do it that way, if it's a non like linear structure, it technically doesn't matter how long it takes because you're not going to notice, because you're going to be sitting there and you're going to be like just going from one thing to the next. And I'm going to give you guys an example of this. That's how One Piece is told. What you see on screen. Now, everybody knows how long One Piece is because One Piece has been around for literally that long, right? But it's also why people don't lament how long it has taken, because people are just there for the ride because every part of the ride has been amazing and like crazy, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to say. It's like, unfortunately, for better or worse, because he's gotten so formulaic, the story has gotten predictable, and thus you sit there and you're like, oh my god, why is this taking so long, right? Like, that is what's making it such a big deal. It's not that the distance doesn't matter, it does, but what really exacerbates it is the formula that he's using at the moment. And so it's like, I think for better or worse, that's something that has to change if this game wants to like continue to prosper. And I'm just hopeful that, like, you know, eventually he gets Tsukihime done and off of his chest, and that we basically end up with, you know, part 3, and he's able to like divert more of his attention to it. Actually, there we go. Okay, so this should be level 100 now. That should help my Helena's damage output quite a bit more. Let's see. Why change the formula if it works? I would argue it hasn't worked. Like it has worked in the past, right? But I'd argue, like, nowadays, like how long it has taken them to do it, the formula is not working anymore. Right? So it's like, I get it. That's probably what they're thinking. But to me, I think if you were to ask players about this game, what the like number one thing that they love about the game that keeps them coming back, that really makes them excited, it's story releases. It's the major story releases. And so I think when you look at that, I don't think it's a surprise to see that like FGO's popularity has fallen off. It's no longer the big hype thing because of that, right? Like, if the story chapters had maintained the pace that they had back in like year 3, chat, we got like what, like 4? It was either 3 or 4 story chapter releases in year 3. It was a nutty year, right? So it's like, if they had maintained that pace, I think this game would still be popping off to this day. And I'm not going to say like that the game doesn't do well or that it's not popular, just that it's like, it is no longer the like just like unabashed like tyrant. But to a degree, I think there's macro forces at large that have affected that too. Like, you know, again, like the MiHoYo releases and stuff like that. Got the first MLB, congrats. The formula lost its magic. It's that it's a formula is the issue. I want Tsukihime done too. Yeah, it's like, a little bit, I'm kind of upset at this point that he hasn't finished Tsukihime, because now it's just like, it feels like it is just hanging over his head. And so you're just like sitting here wondering, like, when is he going to get Tsukihime done? When are we going to get the extra remake? Like all of these projects that Nasu has cooking just feel like they're on hiatus. And I know that they're not. Like behind the scenes, he's working on them. It's, we don't get any like status update. And it's one of those deals where it's like, you'll get it when it's ready. But I think it's taking so long that, at least, I think, particularly in the West, our attention spans are far shorter at this point in time. So people expect things to come out sooner rather than later. He's done an amazing job. Yeah. Plots of Lost Belts 5 through 7 are as long as all of part 1 and part 5. Yeah. Your point? Chat, you're not gonna like what I have to say if you keep going down that route. Because I'm gonna say that the plots of, like, say, Lost Belt 5, Lost Belt 6, Lost Belt 7 had points where they dragged on way too much. And while the story is great and I love it, you can go back, you can look at that, and you can see it's like, this is why it took so long, and it definitely didn't need to include certain things. And so it's like, if you actually start backing that out, you'll realize that what's been happening is that like Nasu has been bloating the story more and more and more. He's trying to tell a bigger, more epic story each time, and that he's kind of just getting bogged down in the details, and it's taking him forever to write the individual parts, or at least to get them written if he's supervising it. And that's basically what's been causing him almost chat. That's basically what's been causing him to take so long to some degree. Y'all need better counterpoints? No, it's not that. It's I've literally read every single counterpoint before, because this is not the not even close to the first time this conversation's happened. So I'm well aware of how to like deal with literally every single thing. But it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm right too. Like, you guys can absolutely disagree with me. Nasu and Type Moon still operate like a doujinshi circle. Yeah, it does feel like that's maybe the issue overall with Nasu at this point. Like, why certain projects take so long. Why he doesn't really ever like want to outsource anything or like give up control. And it's like, it results in a much higher quality product, but it also is resulting in a much longer time frame for the product to get produced. And I'm not going to say that like rushing the product out is a good thing either. So it's like, to me, they're just two opposite extremes. And what would probably be best is if we found a middle road where it's like Nasu did manage to like kind of pawn off some of the work to other people that he trusts and take a more supervisory role. But what we have seen over the years is that Nasu still micromanages everything. And even when he's not micromanaging, sometimes he actually does feel the need to come in and directly write again on certain stories. He talked about this, like, for instance, with the Karen Valentine's Day event, because he's like, nobody else can write Karen. That was literally his words. Nobody else can write Karen. So it's like, okay, well then, obviously, the more you keep doing that, the more you keep forcing yourself to be the one to carry the load, the more you're going to have a delay trying to get anything else done. So it's just a natural issue that he's running into. Oh. If you want to say he needs an editor, I wouldn't argue. He is the editor, basically, is what I've heard, right? Like, that Nasu allows a lot of writers to write for him. But to give you another angle on this, it's like, this is a trait of his that he just has, that he is really controlling and micromanaging on things. And we know this because if you look at certain other things, like, say, translation and localization into another language, for instance, English. The reason that it didn't happen for like 20 years is because Nasu didn't want to. He wasn't going to let anybody touch it unless he was confident that it could be done perfectly according to his standards. So it's like, I get that, but I'm also going to say the reason it took so long isn't that he couldn't find anyone, it's that his barrier was so high and he just wasn't looking. He didn't have the time to look. So that's basically the issue that he ran into. What it feels like he needs is he almost needs like a secretary or some sort of like person to kind of help him like manage his day-to-day running of his life. It feels like he needs some help from like Aniplex or Sony or something like that to like come in and be like, hey, we love what you're doing. You seem like you need help. We will help you get all of this in order. Or again, he could just hire it himself through Type Moon. I don't really care. But like at the end of the day, that does feel like what his issue is that because he micromanages everything, certain things just never get done. It's good that he hasn't cut connections with FGO. It is. However, I have to give him a little bit of shit for that because Nasu repeatedly like hinted that he wanted to cut ties with it. And I don't think that was professional or good of him to do. I think that like had negative repercussions on the game because it made the game look bad in retrospect, and it felt like the creator of the game didn't even like the game and wasn't going to stick around for it. So it's like, I don't think that helped. I think he never should have made some of those comments. And that may be something too where it's like maybe it gets a little lost in translation. Maybe like he's saying it more as a joke and that doesn't translate over to our end as well. So it is what it is. But I think, unfortunately, for better or worse, like Nasu has actually been one of the games. He's the absolute reason the game exists, but he's also been one of the game's like biggest obstacles with regards to its progress and its actual growth. Do not let them get involved. I mean, they probably are involved to some degree, Orga. Oh yeah, if you like, so Nasu is clearly dysfunctional and has a hard time managing his time, right? Absolutely, I don't think anyone would really argue that. But Nasu is still light years better than George R.R. Martin. Light years, like at least in Nasu's case, the reason he can't get it done is because he's doing too much. In George R.R. Martin's case, it's like the reason he can't get it done is because he doesn't want to. Gave up at least a decade ago. Yeah, I still remember seeing something like, oh, he went in an interview and he made a comment about like he's really gonna sit down, he's really gonna try to focus on finishing that book this year, and he's like, I'm absolutely gonna do it. And then I literally saw a picture of him with like one of the freaking like genetically modified like wolf things that they made, one of the genetically modified great wolves. He literally stopped and did a fucking cameo with them. And I'm like, you're clearly not serious about getting this shit done. Like, it's writer's block. I think it is. And I want to be clear here. I can easily understand writer's block. However, there's a point where you do have to like try to move through it. And usually people are going to feel writer's block because they don't like what they can think of. And so they're going to be like, man, I got to figure out a way to like write this scenario in a way that people will like. And so what I suspect is probably happening is, and chat, this is really funny. You know how like everybody blames Dan and Dan for ruining the show? The Game of Thrones show, right? Oh god damn it. This could be bad. This could be a scuff chat. I need to see the damage here. No, god, even with that has to be the lowest damage roll I've ever gotten on her, because that has 2,000 extra attack power that it didn't have before. Actually, it's not like 2,000, it's more like 1,300 or something like that. But like, god damn, that was spicy bad. Okay, let me gift a sub. What is that, my 4th gifted or my 5th gifted, chat? Veloric, thank you for the, or sorry, not thank you, enjoy the gift sub. That's my 5th. Goddamn. 5 scuffs. But no, what I was saying is like, you know how like everybody blames Dan and Dan for ruining the show? Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, it's really interesting how he absolutely was directly consulted on everything for the show, and how everyone's like, oh well, the reason the first like 6 seasons were so good is because they were all still from the book material. And the reason that like season 7 and 8 were bad is because Dan and Dan were directing it. I'm like, you realize that that Martin told them how to end it, right? So to some degree, either Martin straight up sabotaged them and made a worse outcome so that the show wouldn't be as good as the book, or that was the actual ending that he wanted to write for the book, and he has now seen how much everyone fucking hated it, and he's now going like, shit, what do I do? And that, I think it's the latter. I think it's actually the latter is the case. I think he doesn't have writer's block so much as he can't figure out how to change the story in a way that people will like. And I'm going to tell you flat out the number one thing that pissed me off about the ending to Game of Thrones. Sorry if this is a spoiler. If you want to plug your ears for a couple minutes here, I won't blame you, okay? But so the thing that absolutely pissed me off about the ending, it wasn't like how Jon Snow ended up. It wasn't how, well, actually, there was a little bit of pissing off about how Jon Snow ended up, but it wasn't like him and the Khaleesi is why I was like pissed, okay? Because I saw that shit coming from like a mile away. It was the fact that Bran ended up on the throne, which is like absolutely not the purpose of that character for why he has been getting hinted at all of this time. Okay? Arteril, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it, my dude. Welcome in. But yeah, so it's like, to me, the themes for that character were that he was going to be the wise old sage that was going to save whoever was supposed to become king and then become their advisor. Similarly, Jon Snow getting sent off for like he's the one that actually had to kill his beloved and bite the bullet. He should have probably been the king, or at least he should have been lauded for his sacrifice in doing so, not banished and basically put back to the place he suffered in, which was the wall. Like, it straight up is the dumbest shit ever. But here's the thing, okay? This is how George R.R. Martin writes stories. And we know this because, I don't know, chat, have y'all noticed, like everyone's like, oh my god, I love Elden Ring. Elden Ring is so good. Did y'all like Elden Ring? Did you like the story that, like, in the theme that George R.R. Martin put in it? It was great, right? What if I told you that a lot of that was ripped off from Lord of the Rings? Here's the thing, though. George R.R. Martin has said that he hates Lord of the Rings because he doesn't like happy endings. He absolutely despised Tolkien's work because he views the world as not being a happy place and the world being darker and more cruel. And that, like, he wants to portray the realism of it. Which is exactly why that is the ending that George R.R. Martin wrote. Jon Snow doesn't get anything. The cripple ends up on the throne, basically backstabbing his entire family to get there. It's stupid. It's asinine. It's so dark and edgelordy that it actually is impossible. It's like nobody would have stood for that. Either nobody would have respected Bran getting on the throne, or nobody would have respected Jon getting banished away to the wall. Somebody would have fought over that shit. I have no idea why they got someone else to write the same story again. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some weird stuff in it that, like, he included, but it's really funny to see all of that. And it makes me laugh because you realize, like, this is just like how George R. R. Martin is. This is just his problem. And so, as much as he's a good writer, I think, like, you're right. It's like he's a nihilist. And so that nihilism basically prevents him from ever having a good ending to a story. So because he's having to write the ending to the story, the concluding arcs, he can't do it because he realizes everybody hated the one that he tried to write. And there's a reason why. Chat. You live realism every day of your life. You know that the world is a dark and cold place a lot of the time. And what gives you, like, hope is those bright moments in your life. It's those kind acts and those acts of mercy and those benevolent things that happen to you that you look back on and you cherish. That's what you love. This is why people love a good ending to a story, not a dark ending. I understand that people like dark endings to some degree, but the overall societal mentality on this is that everybody likes a good ending because we all know that the endings most people get in life are not. We want to believe, we want to hope that there's something better out there. And that is how Tolkien wrote. He literally wrote to provide that hope, to inspire, and to make people feel like not everything was futile. Of course he hates Tolkien. It's literally, Tolkien is a repudiation of nihilism. So it's really funny to actually see that shit. And it basically what George R. R. Martin is probably grappling with at this point is a complete societal rejection of his own ideals, which is nihilism. It's basically him just going like, oh my God, everyone hated it. Why did they hate it? And he doesn't get it. What Lottos do to a motherfucker. Exactly. I know I'm like getting way out here with this stuff, but it's really funny. It's something that I've like looked at quite a bit, and I've realized like, yeah, this is why it sucked. FGO story slow release to Nasu being a control freak to George R. R. Martin to Game of Thrones, and now CAD give us a reason to carry on in this shitty world. There's always hope. Exactly. Keep calm and carry on, chat. Problem is George R. R. Martin's writing dances the line between grimdark and grimterp. Yeah. And like, to be fair, the signs were there, right? Because as you read through Game of Thrones or you watch the show, you realize that like, that's why like it's gripping because it's like he's killing people off. But the reason he's killing people off is because he's nihilistic. Like he does it in a really good way up until that point, but also, I think probably the most hilarious part, like the group that actually theoretically got the best ending in Game of Thrones was the Lannisters, because they each died in the arms of the ones they loved. So it's like the guy that doesn't believe in happy endings actually gave the most like cursed and fucked up people in the show a happy ending. The TV show went way too far into grimdark. No. I'm going to tell you this. Like, you can't have nihilism and be able to write a good ending. You can't. They're polar opposites. Because if you truly believe nothing matters, if you truly believe that there's no hope for anyone and that like all of this shit is pointless, then you realize that like you're never going to write an ending to a story that people will like. You're always going to write that nihilistic ending. And that is going to be a problem. Because I hate to break it to you, chat, here's probably the other like macro factor for why people want a good ending to a story. Why are you reading the story? Ask yourself that. What is the point of reading a story for the story to have no fucking point in the end? you're going to feel like your time was wasted. You're going to feel like this was stupid. So that's the entire idea behind it. People don't like having their time wasted. I think you're using good ending and happy ending interchangeably. Yeah. Like just the idea of like happy ending being a good ending, yes, but then also like the idea of a good ending in a sense of like it's an ending that people would like, right? So I understand. Yeah, I am unfortunately blurring the lines between those two as I'm discussing this. Even sad endings can be satisfying. Yeah, absolutely, because they can be fulfilling. And usually, what you're going to do is if you're going to do a sad ending or a dark ending or something like that, you want there to be a moral to it. You want to tell the story in a way that there was a reason for it, right? So it's like, oh, we got a bad ending for like an anti-hero. And it's like, well, they were an anti-hero. That's why they got the bad ending. Or it's like, oh, the like love interest of the main character dies in the end and it's sad, but then the main character remembers like everything that the character taught them, and it makes them like feel good about themselves in the end, and they actually like go on and like prosper because of it, right? So it's like you can do a sad ending and you can have it have reasoning to it, or like it's sad but it still ends up as a like good ending, maybe not a happy one but like a good one, right? You can do an ending where everyone dies well. Just read Hamlet. Yep. Yeah. So it's like at the end of the day, that's really all that matters, is that you don't waste the reader's time. And so if you go back and you look at something like Game of Thrones, what is the lesson to be had from the ending of Game of Thrones? There isn't one. Other than apparently incest good? Which I'm going to say is like a lesson that literally nobody wants to accept, right? Like, you need blind luck. Dragons are cool. Be a traitor and a backstabbing bitch. Yeah, and so I think like that's another one where it's like, if that is the lesson, it doesn't fit with the ideals of society. So society will naturally reject it, right? It was just terribly written. Yeah. And that's why, right? Like you can't even feel sad for it because you just feel like it's bad and wrong. Like Archer getting his ending in UBW, his ending doesn't change. He's staying as a counter guardian, but he remembered his reason for becoming a hero of justice. Right, exactly. So it's like in theory, it's like, oh man, that's kind of sad that he has to stay doing that. But because he's remembered his reason for it, it's not sad. It's actually like inspiring and uplifting, right? So I hate the part The Last of Us Part 2. Yes. Yeah, the moral of the story in The Last of Us Part 2 is supposed to be that revenge doesn't pay. But like, one, this is a moral that a lot of people know. Two, it's not executed well at all. Three, the main character just like the main character had clearly already learned the lesson and then went back for more because they were so stupid that they needed to relearn the lesson a like third and fourth time. So that was the issue. Is like it just kept beating you over the head. Chaos is a ladder. I can't do Littlefinger's voice. Oh, another drop. Bran used the chaos of the Danny Rampage to ascend to the throne. Bran can't even ascend out of his chair. Like, and sorry, I know that's like insensitive, but like, while I understand that can be a thing, this isn't an actual like postmodern society. Like, you're in a medieval society with magic and faceless men and dragons. Nobody's going to accept the cripple guy on the throne. Like, literally, the second his coronation occurs, somebody is immediately revolting. Because why not? That is like what Game of Thrones taught you throughout all of its seasons, is that the kingdoms are unstable and they're power hungry, and they will absolutely rise up if they feel like they can. So yeah, it's just, there would be an instantaneous coup. And you're just expected that it's like, oh, well, Bran can see it coming. It's like, I don't know, man. Chaos is a ladder. Yeah, see, I sound more like Sean Connery when I say it that way. I'm Sean Connery. Cad, stop stealing our drops. I can't. I'm sorry. They're all mine. All your drops belong to me. Makes me sad that the ending of Game of Thrones is so ass. Yeah, no, I mean, I've seen numerous like fan theories for like how it could be better, and they're almost all right. Like almost all to a T. Any theory you can come up with for a story ending to Game of Thrones will be better than the actual ending to Game of Thrones. It just is what it is. How many drops have I gotten? We're at 6 slot with 1 MLB plus 1, so it's like I started with 4. I MLB'd at 4 drops. The extra to fill me out was 5, so I'm at 6 drops now. Oh, hot kick. I've only gotten 1. To be fair, I'm grinding really fast, right? I mean, honestly, I like Game of Thrones all the way through season 6. Even some stuff in season 7 was good. Season 8, nothing was good. It was all hot garbage. Why did I do that? I clicked the wrong support. This is why I'm taking basically a supportless comp. Season 5 was so bad to me. See, I'll say this. I've only read the books up to like, I think it's like the end of season 1. Like I have not really read the books very far. So if y'all are like basing it off of like the comparison to the books, I have no frame of reference after like the first couple events. Never seen it and don't plan to ever. Honestly, the show is really good. I really do like the show, at least to an extent. Like, there's definitely some weird stuff about it, but it is a really, really solid show if you like medieval fantasy and like, I guess like, so this is a tainted word, but it's like political like power struggles, right? So not like modern politics, but like ancient feudal politics of like kings and queens and lords and shit like that. It's like it is good for that. Like I will give Martin some credit. He does a great job of world building, even though it is largely based off of Europe. Really made you love seeing the characters that you hated get killed. Yeah, like it killed off so many characters, but it definitely killed off some ones where you're like, yes, finally. Got 2 MLBs now. Nice. Tywin views family responsibility is based and objectively correct. I'm gonna say it is what it is. Tywin was definitely a dick about things. I think that's like usually in the show, the characters that you like to see die are the characters that absolutely deserved it, and Tywin was no exception, because it's like you realize that part of the reason they deserve to die is because they're just a dick to literally everybody around them. It's not even necessarily their actions, it's just how they treat people. Yeah, I feel really bad for the actor for Joffrey, because he apparently had to like go on hiatus from acting because like people legitimately like hated him. And it's like it was just an acting job. It's like the kid is not actually that way. It's Jack Gleason, I think is his name. And he's also like he's an actual good actor. Yeah, he did such a good job being a little prick that legitimately everybody hated him. Lost 30 IQ upon his death, pretty much. That being said, I do feel like we're in sore need of some good like medieval and fantasy shows. Trying to think, but it's like right now there's really not a whole lot of series in the works and in play. I know like the Wheel of Time is still around, which that's okay. I think Amazon. I've heard Amazon is like doing a terrible job compared to the books, but the show, at least for me, not having read the books, is watchable. Um, yeah, I'm talking like outside of anime. Obviously, like anime has a ton. But like I'm talking like actual like live action shows and movies and stuff. It's like really it doesn't feel like they're doing too much in that regard. I mean, I guess Rings of Power, but Rings of Power is hot garbage. Like even if you haven't like read the books, Rings of Power is really bad. Just with like it has plot holes even within its own warped logic. Work family upon the that slop is a disgrace and insult. I'm guilty of watching it because I'm at the point where I'm such a huge Lord of the Rings fan that I watch it just to like nitpick it and pick it apart and see just how much they get wrong. But I will never sing its praises, and I will never tell anybody that they should watch it. Although I do occasionally try to goad people in VIP to watching it with me. Undead Neanderthals with flint spears. And that's not even the weirdest shit in it. That does seem weird. But why should I watch it? You gotta give me a reason. What's the hook? Because it better not be undead Neanderthals. The Witcher? The first season of The Witcher was pretty good. Season 2 was very mid. Like season 2 is like, okay, it was kind of okay, but they definitely like fucked with some of the lore. And you could tell even if you weren't a like major fan of the Witcher series. And then season 3 shouldn't be called The Witcher. It should be called The Yennefer. Because let's be honest, nothing in season 3 centers on Geralt. It's a novel series. Okay. I don't want to read. Don't make me read. Do you think I have time for reading? I mean, maybe if it's like an audiobook. I used to read all the time. I don't like have any time for it anymore. I guess it's one of those things where it's like you just need to make time, but I refuse to even give them the hate watch. Oh no, let me give it to you this way. I'm the same way with Star Wars now, so it's why like I'll watch it, but I'm gonna pirate it. I'm gonna watch it on a pirate site from now on to literally not give them the views. Because it's like I do like hate watching some of that stuff, but I'm also not willing to pay for it Nor am I willing to like be like, hey, you should make more of this. I won't let Star Wars waste my time. All right, to be fair, I watched Skeleton Crew, and Skeleton Crew was actually a pretty good show. I think Andor season 2 is out now. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I haven't had the time to watch that. I'll probably actually that may be what I watched this weekend, since I'll be like sitting here doing some farming. Like, I want to say this, okay? A little bit to some degree, I hate what Disney's doing to Star Wars. But if Disney puts out a good show, if they put out a good movie, more power to them. I will watch it. I will enjoy it. Okay? Because I feel like in the same way that's like you need to vote with your wallet, right, on certain things, you need to support projects that are good and done well, so that then the people behind it that are stupid and making bad decisions go like, wait, that was a good thing. Let us make more of that. Rather than like, wait, I know, we'll keep making this bad idea. Legends timeline is true canon. Yeah, no, I've been over this a ton with chat. Chat knows. If I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan, I'm an even bigger Star Wars fan, so. And it's definitely an issue. Like, I think at this point they almost need to find a way to spin this. And so hear me out, chat. I don't know if any of you watched The Acolyte, but in The Acolyte, they continue on a concept from Star Wars Rebels, which is that there is a sort of force pathway to allow you to manipulate dimensions and kind of get to an alternative dimension. That's what they need to do. They need to be like, hey, here's the prequel trilogy. Here's the original trilogy. And then be like, here is the sequel trilogy. And then they need to be like, oh, okay, but here's Acolyte. And we forked it. And now here is the true sequel trilogy, aka the EU. And that's what they need to do. They need to just be like, yeah, we totally have the sequel trilogy, but here's the EU. The EU is now recanonized. We're going to start making movies and shows from the EU. I'm dead serious. They actually need to do this. The more they continue on with the sequel trilogy, the more the vitriol against Star Wars will grow. Because I saw it's like they're trying to do like a Rey movie and stuff like that. It's like, don't do that. That's literally going to make everybody curse you. So it's like, they need to switch back to doing what the fans want. I don't give two shits about these like fly-by-night Star Wars fans. These like, oh man, I love the sequel trilogy. How dare you, Cad? It's you just don't like it because it's got a female protagonist type crap. It's like, that's fine. You can cater to those people. Those people don't like your franchise. They claim they do, but they only claim they do to be part of some sort of weird-ass culture war. They don't actually spend any money on your franchise. They're not the people buying your video games. They're not the people subscribing to Disney Plus. They're not the people that are literally hanging on every single fact and bit of lore. They're not the people buying your merchandise, which is what makes Star Wars all of its fucking money. So it's like, you can keep catering to them and Star Wars will keep dying. Or you can realize where your bread is buttered and you'll start to actually profit from it. Yeah, no, this is why, look, chat, here's how you handle this, okay? Well, sorry, let's start with this. Here's how Disney handled this. Disney was like, all right, with regards to everything that's not in a movie, aka the EU, it's gone. It's decanonized. None of it's true. Here's how I would do it. With regards to the EU, it's all true unless it conflicts with a movie or a show. And then just let Disney create a movie and a show over the top of it. But from it. You see, Disney shot themselves in the foot when they got rid of it. if they actually started trying to adapt stories from it, they can pick and choose the ones they want to adapt. And then people will basically be like, hey, yeah, good job, Disney. You did the thing we wanted you to do. That being said, Disney would still manage to fuck it up. I guarantee it. And at least with regards to, like, I've seen people that are like, oh man, I really want George Lucas back. I love George Lucas, but George Lucas is also an idiot himself. George Lucas is basically George R.R. Martin. Because George Lucas wanted to get rid of Mara Jade. George Lucas wanted to completely change the EU because he got in a nasty divorce and he just didn't like it anymore. I'm just in the camp that I want Star Wars to just die. It's over. I already moved on. I don't want Star Wars to die. I just want Disney to stop fucking it. Because and I'm dead serious. I think like that's the best course of action. It's like if Disney actually pulls its head out of its ass, they do have the actual like funding and capability to keep Star Wars being really good for a long time. But let's be honest, there's a couple of things in the way of that. What you mean is Star Wars is going to die then? It very well might. Because he's a good filmmaker, but a terrible director and writer. I don't think he's a terrible director. I think even to a degree of him as a writer, oh god damn it. Thank you, Draco. Thank you, Draco. Draco's burn. At 5K burn, baby. I thought I was fucked. Calculated. Oh, wow. Legit saves some waves, yep. But yeah, like, I don't know. I think with regards to something like Disney, it literally just boils down to who's currently in charge of Star Wars is who the issue is. It's not every issue. You're still going to have some of this. Like, for instance, chat, any problem that is pervasive right now with any other IP. So, like, race and gender swapping characters, just god-awful writing, you name it, right? Like anything that's happening to another IP will also happen to Star Wars, even if they replace the head of who's in charge. So in that regard, it is literally like the Hollywood culture and kind of what's going on at the current point in time. However, if they get rid of who's at the head, we might actually get some better stories getting chosen to be adapted. We might actually get more of a focus on the EU. What the? I cannot have just done that twice in a row. She did. God damn it. And this time it's not working because I didn't switch. All right, chat. I got bailed out of one, but y'all got another. So that's 6. Damn, this is a costly night. Damon Blade. I feel like we're the last group of people to complain about gender swapping people. No. So, allow me, chat. Is there a problem when, for a wholly new IP, you gender swap literally some other character from another IP? And here's why I say this, because that is fate, and that doesn't happen like ever. Ever. You never have another character from another IP in your IP, so that's why you don't ever have this scenario. So it's why it's like people accept it in fate, because it just is what it is, right? And everyone's like, oh, okay, that's cool. Like, some people do have issue with it, by the way, but I don't know, fuck them. It's like, it's just their interpretation of it, right? As opposed to taking like somebody else's IP and subverting it by doing that to it. So it would be like me going and rewriting Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes stories, but now Sherlock Holmes is a like Latino woman. And it's like, you can do that. Some people might even appreciate it, but there's obviously going to be a lot of people who are going to be like, no, don't fucking do that, right? I think at the end of the day, though, too, what really matters is whether or not they're respectful to the original role and whether or not they are trying to do it for, like, pushing a narrative versus, like, hey, we just thought this would be a cool spin on something. And I think you don't see the cool spin anymore. There's none of that. It's always done to push some kind of narrative. Titzel, you're not wrong. Kathleen Kennedy retiring would probably change nothing now. No, it would change. Because I'm going to tell you this. Kathleen Kennedy retiring, she's like, oh, but I'll stay on. I'll still continue to work with people and like do things with them. And it's like, I guarantee you, chat, allow me. Let's just pose a hypothetical. You work for a boss. You fucking hate the boss. He is a nagging, annoying piece of shit who treats you like trash. And then one day, you find out that the boss is getting demoted and that you're going to get promoted and you're going to take the boss's position. What is the very first action most people would take in that scenario? Fire them. Yeah. So here's the thing, or harass them back. Yeah. So here's the thing about this, right? The number one problem will be, even if you try to be a nice person in this scenario, okay? So imagine you want to be just you know, John Goodman. You're gonna be like, man, I'm gonna be so like nice. I'm gonna turn the other cheek. I'm not gonna harass them. I'm not gonna fire them. Do you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna turn around and they're gonna be like, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be doing it this way. This is how I did it when I was boss. And then they're going to go up to like the coworkers and they're going to be like, did you see him do that? Yeah. It wasn't this bad when I was doing it. Yeah. Remember how good I was at being the boss? Yeah. I was so much better than this jerk off. I'm going to flat out tell you, chat. If they demote Kathleen Kennedy and somebody else takes the reins, that person is not going to like Kathleen Kennedy trying to throw her weight around and trying to assert her dominance. They will literally either throw her in a back corner where she can't do anything, or they will straight up fire her the second they have the opportunity to do so. Like, she can claim that nothing will change all she wants. It'll change. Sorry, I don't remember you being better. Yeah. So it's like, it is what it is. I would rock bottom the shit of that person if they did that. Yeah. And that's exactly why, right? Like, so she can make all the claims that she wants. There's no way. If Kathleen Kennedy actually does retire, that is the end of an era for them. Her influence will just be gone immediately. And any of her hirings will probably also be on a very short leash, where it's like, well, I can't fire you without cause, but the second your next show does bad, or your next thing is like not to our taste, your ass is hitting the highway. You're gone. We don't care. And they will just hire and get new writers, new people in there and stuff like that. Which I, for one, welcome. I'm sorry. Like, it's really funny too, because I've seen people try to make the claim of like, oh, Kathleen Kennedy is such a legendary producer that like you can't replace her, and that anyone that you replace her with will naturally do worse. And I'm like, yeah, she's such a legendary producer that literally every single movie she has produced in the last decade has flopped. Every single one. So it's like, maybe it's not that she's a legendary producer. Maybe it's that she was taught by Steven Spielberg and George Lucas how to actually be a producer. And here's the funny thing. This is why when someone said earlier that George Lucas is like a bad director and a bad writer, I challenged that. Because do you want to know what the commonality between George Lucas and Steven Spielberg is? It's a commonality that most modern day directors do not share. They both direct and help write their own scripts. That's not a thing that gets done in modern Hollywood. They have writers that come in and write the script for the director nowadays. So you're going to tell me that the guy that wrote the script and directed the movie, that he's not responsible for the actual success of the movie, and it was instead the producer that did it, which is really funny, by the way, because like I said, she was actually taught, she was hired and raised as an underling by Spielberg. Spielberg taught her how to produce, which means Spielberg was also producing his own movies. And it makes sense, because if you think about it, what a producer actually does in a movie setting, the producer is responsible for securing funding. The producer is responsible for helping choose certain other roles in the movie, like, again, who the actors are going to be, who the writer is going to be, that sort of stuff, right? They'll be responsible for casting and everything. They're also going to be the person that tries to make sure that the project gets done on time and everything like that. So it stands to reason that if you're already a successful director and you are not just successful, but at this point, like for Spielberg, legendary, right? That you wouldn't actually need a producer other than like just to divvy up the roles, right? Like just to give somebody else some of your responsibility. Spielberg could absolutely produce his own movie because his name preceded itself. And the same thing with Lucas after the first Star Wars. He literally could just basically go up to people and be like, hey, you want to give me money to help develop Star Wars 2 Electric Boogaloo? And everyone would have been like, oh my God, it's George Lucas. Yes. So it's like, it's the same thing. It didn't really matter that she was the producer on those movies, because those people were already well in hand for being able to handle so much of the process. And at the end of the day, what is pretty clear is that she basically was a terrible decision maker in actuality. The director was the one that had final say in the end. And this kind of got talked about from interviews with Spielberg, where he said it's like she was notoriously bad and stupid at certain things. This might fail again. Because she would, like, they'd have a meeting of the minds where they'd go over the script and go over the casting and stuff like that. And like, they'd be reading through the script and she would propose, why don't we do this instead? And then everyone would be like, no, that's a fucking terrible idea. We definitely shouldn't do that. It's gonna fail by like 2K. Seven gift subs. I gotta get better about checking. Nope, not do that. JC, enjoy. But yeah, so it's like
It's just really funny because they'll sit there and they'll try to make these claims that it's like, oh, she's actually this legendary producer. And it's like, oh, that's weird. So why is it that when Spielberg retired and Lucas retired, all of a sudden every movie she produced went to shit? Why is that the case? It's almost like if she didn't have a generational talent doing the movie for her, she was actually terrible at her job. And when she started to get much more responsibility and control, everything went to crap because she actually was, like Spielberg alluded to, a bad decision maker. We breaking out the bank today, chat? Apparently. This is definitely my worst run for a lotto in a while. Much as one box, 600? Yeah. Used to be 800. Though nobody likes that. Ooh, that was close. I just not popped the Mystic Code there. I think that's my issue, is at this point I'm just not paying attention. Still a 3-turn, never scuffed. True. Okay. It fucked up again. This time I caught it, chat. Almost done with the Mystic Code. 923k left to go. Almost done with Gil. He's almost bottom 10. I'll probably give him a bottom grail, though. Gil is definitely good enough to warrant that. God, even with the Mystic Code, she still failed. Blavatsky got too much damage variance. It was a really good movie. I don't like what's the point of the movie? I've heard a lot of people talking about it, but even before taking over Lucasfilms, her non-Lucas, non-Spielberg movies tanked hard. Yeah. Like I said, it's like only when Spielberg brought him under her wing did she begin to quote unquote be good. And so it's funny as you start to like look back at that stuff and you realize it's like she's been basically writing coattails. Because they need to drop to happen, please. Yeah. And I was telling you guys before, so when they were coming up with the idea for the show Andor, which everybody like seems to like, right? The idea was pitched to her. She okayed it, which, you know, to her credit, she thought it would be a good idea, and she did. But the original script they had was apparently so god-awful atrocious that she had okayed that, like, the guy had doubts about it. The actual scriptwriter, he was like, I don't know about this. And he went and consulted the guy who wrote Rogue One because he wanted a second opinion. And right now, chat, alarm bells should be going off in your head. You should be going, wait, isn't Andor a prequel to Rogue One? Shouldn't that guy that wrote Rogue One have been consulted in the first place? In fact, shouldn't he have been the one that they tapped to write it? So he went to the guy and was like, hey man, give me a second opinion. What do you think about this? And he goes, it is hot garbage. What the fuck are you doing? And he literally goes with the original writer back to Kathleen Kennedy and says, I don't know what you had this guy write. This is terrible. Here is my idea for what you should do for this show. And then she was like, you know what? You're right. That's a good idea. Hey, would you want to work on Andor? It's like, are you that stupid? Like that you didn't tap him in the first place? And it's like, I'll give her credit for at least recognizing that she had made a mistake in the end. But like, holy crap. It literally took somebody else going above and beyond the call and intervening for that show to be good. It's just a seat filler. Yeah. This reminds me of what happened with the Blade movie, constant script changes. Haven't they been trying to like make a new Blade movie for a long time? The only good decision that she made was getting out of the way. Yeah, exactly. It's like that's the issue right there, is that at least she recognized to get out of the way of a good thing, but it should have been a good thing in the first place, because she had basically tapped the guy. And again, it could have been a case of like, hey, I tried to tap him, but he was busy, and so it just didn't work out and we had to go with a different option. I think that's more acceptable than we just never contacted him. This is like being like, I know I'm going to write a new Star Wars movie and I won't ask George Lucas to help like pitch in and help supervise and help like give me ideas. Like, I'm not saying George Lucas should be in charge, but you should probably ask the original creator of Star Wars what he thinks about it. Through Deadpool 2 tried to get a new Blade movie made. Like, isn't there like some issue with like Wesley Snipes? Like, I've never heard why Wesley Snipes fell off, but like it's like he just stopped doing movies. So I assumed it's like there's some like drama there. Blade is going to be about his daughter and not Blade. A movie about Blade. Yeah. And that's what I'm going to say. Chum, thank you for the follow. That's what I'm going to say. It's like, it's just the culture in Hollywood. Like, you'd have to actually be stupid to do that, right? It's the same thing as like, I know, let's make a Devil May Cry series in which we try to make Lady the protagonist. And it's like, tax evasion. He was blacklisted for tax evasion. Okay, but like, did he resolve the tax evasion? Like, did he eventually pay it off? Did he file his taxes? He served 28 months in jail. Yeah, he served his time. Okay, so like, Robert Downey Jr. also went to jail for like drugs and then went on to become Iron Man. So like, shouldn't we equally like turn the other cheek for Wesley if he did the time and paid it off? Like, I'm making no judgment on like whether or not he's a good person. Just like, that seems weird. Deadpool 3 did, yeah. I mean, but it's like, it's sad that like it took Ryan Reynolds, because I heard about it. It's like Ryan Reynolds had to actually make the call, and like Wesley Snipes couldn't believe it when it happened. He was like, I can't believe that they actually called me. But it's tax evasion, Cad? Right, but tax evasion is a like, it's a white collar crime, okay? Like, it's wrong, you shouldn't do it, but it's also something that like you can resolve. It's not like you killed someone, right? Like, Hollywood tax blacklisting someone for tax evasion. There's a joke in there. There really is. Wesley Snipes is Blade IMO. I mean, I honestly, at this point, I feel like they probably should pass the torch to someone else, because Wesley Snipes is that old. But it needs to be like, you know what they should do? They should do a like, it's the son of Blade instead of the daughter. Don't do that. That's fucking weird. And then just like, okay, it's the son of Blade. He's passing the torch, and boom, there you go. Now you have a new one. In the same way, it's like, that's what they should have done with Indiana Jones. It's just nobody wanted Shia LaBeouf to be Indiana Jones, so that was the issue that they had with that one. Wait, didn't get it? I'm gonna be honest with you, Hotcake. I'm not sure the first part even fucking matters. But like, I'm gonna say this. It's like, I honestly I don't think any of that matters. Now that there's not drama there, and not that it's not like a bad thing that happened. What I'm trying to say is like, if he did the time and it wasn't a violent crime, why is he still blacklisted? And I want to be clear here too, because like baseball has a thing where it's like Pete Rose was basically actually, did they actually allow Pete Rose back finally? He was blacklisted for a long time for gambling. He was not allowed to even like go to baseball games. And it's like, huh? Yes, then he died. Oh, did Pete Rose die? Actually, yeah, I feel like I do remember that. It was a couple years back, wasn't it? But yeah, it's like I'm a firm proponent in the fact that it's like once you've served your sentence, it's like, I'm not gonna say that like you shouldn't have like a wary eye kept on you or something like that, but like, come on, man. Like, if the person is rehabilitated and like come back into society, why do you have to be the one trying to like prevent them from being successful? It's like you're basically trying to drive them back. Mail Stower, thank you for the follow. God damn it. It happened again. That's going to make things difficult. Please don't fail. God damn it. He was hard to deal with behind the scenes. That I can see. But I don't know. I still like, it's like, do you need to blacklist him over being hard to handle? It's like, at that point, he shouldn't be blacklisted so much as it's just like people shouldn't want to work with him, right? But maybe that is the case, right? Like maybe he was not formally blacklisted. Oh God, this is very likely a scuff. I think I need all three of these to crit, and I still don't think it's possible. Yeah. Is that 8 now, chat? What the heck is going on with me? It seems like a Buster crit does a crap ton, but it wouldn't have been enough. Gambling even when farming? It's not gambling if I pay attention. The question is, will I pay attention? And the answer is no. Snipes had issues with the director and castmates in Blade Trinity, including Reynolds, which is probably why he was blacklisted. Which is why he was surprised Reynolds called. Okay, yeah. But I'll say this: good on Ryan Reynolds, because I think at least Ryan Reynolds like realized he's like, Snipes is iconic as Blade, and you trying to put like Blade in a movie and it not be Snipes, no one will give two shits. Whereas if you put Snipes back in, everyone will be like, that's fucking amazing, right? What was wrong with the daughter of Blade? Hear me out. You want to have a female like fighter chick who's like a vampire and uses a samurai sword? Go for it. Just don't call it Blade. If it's going to be Blade, just saying. Buffy. Yeah, exactly. You want to make a Buffy movie? Go for it. I don't fucking care. So it's like, at that point, I'm sorry, it is what it is. Netflix presents Lady Blade. Honestly, I would at least give them credit for having the balls to put that it's Lady Blade. But they wouldn't. Because Netflix would be like, wait, we have to spin this somehow. Or make another Underworld. Yeah. Like, so people are like, what's wrong with it? My counterpoint is, why do you need to change it? Why can't you just make Blade Blade? It's like, I'm okay with them passing the torch to a younger actor, but I feel like it probably should be portrayed by another, like, young black actor if that's the case. Because it's that same degree. It's like people scream and cry. It's like there's not enough representation, but then they want to, like, change the one thing that actually had it. He has a daughter who I assumed would take the mantle. Yeah, if that's what you're referring to, is like, okay, it's like, hey, it's a logical progression thing from that point. I get it, but I'm also going to say I don't think audiences would connect with it. Not nearly as much. They would go like, wait, what the fuck? I had the same problem with the idea of a female 007. Yeah, no, I'm going to be dead honest with you. That will not go well. And I'm going to tell you why. There is not a single... Why did I do that? There's not a single chance in hell that they basically do something like that and it doesn't colossally backfire. So you're going to do one of two things. If you do a female James Bond, you're going to have either a like, you know, because Bond, I hate to say it, Bond is a man whore, chat. So you're either going to have a slut on camera constantly, or you're going to be PC about it, and then there's not going to be anything interesting about it. And it will kill the interest in the movie. So if you make her a slut, you're going to get basically people screaming that she is one, including feminists who would get very upset. And then simultaneously, if you don't do anything, you'll get people upset that there's not any sex in the movie that is clearly supposed to be the, like, sexy spy thriller movie. So it's a no-win. I hate to say it. Like, don't do it. And frankly speaking, James Bond should always be a British male. Always. Honest to God, I can hear a little bit of, like, because I saw people being like, oh, what if we got, like, Idris Elba or something to play it? It's like, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think that bothers me that much. I think that'd be perfectly fine. But the idea of, like, changing Bond to a female, it's like, now you've changed the entire dynamic of the character. And I'm like, I don't think it can work. No Time to Die, they tried to give 007 to a female agent. Yeah, and I'm going to argue that that's actually, like, the singular worst part of the movie, and one of the big reasons why I'm not a huge fan of that movie. Because it's a running gag throughout the movie, and it's really just bad. It's not handled well at all. I'm definitely not checking, and I need to be. Oh, that's true. They would probably make her gay. You're not wrong. It would probably be a lesbian Bond. I didn't think about that. There are so many female leads in the Bond movies already. Why would you want to gender Bond himself? I mean, Bond himself is a male, but, like, if you're talking about, like, gender swap, yeah. It's like, I think doing a gender swap really depends on the character, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it really also depends on why. Here's the thing I'm gonna say, though, too, and I say this as a straight white guy, okay? Don't get me wrong. I have no problem watching a female lead in a role. I have no problem watching somebody of a different skin color in a role. Doesn't bother me. I love some of the stuff that have those people in those roles. Okay. But the thing that's beginning to get upsetting to me is watching everything that I've known and loved get subverted and destroyed in the name of quote unquote like diversity and cultural progress. I think it's stupid. I don't think there needs to be that stuff. Like, just try to like maintain the roles as they are. And if you want to tell a more diverse story, just make a new one. Stop hijacking old ones. I don't think that's right. I think that's stupid and bad. And it's done for a very specific reason. Because it's like, I can't tell you how many times I've watched other movies that had, you know, like somebody else in the prominent role, and I thought they were great. But I can't tell you how many times I've watched one of these like swap out scenarios, and it has turned the movie to dog trash because of it. Did you hear about Marvel replacing Blade with his daughters? Wait, why? We were just talking about this. But is it an actual thing? Like, are they actually doing it, or have they reversed it? Because it's like, if they continue to go with that, I'm going to tell you that will not play well, and no one will really watch it. But with a new IP, it's a risk of no brand recognition. So you got to ruin the current popular IP. Yeah, and I get that. It's like they're so risk averse. So here's the thing, right? Like, you're not wrong, right? They hijack because they're risk averse and they want to rely on the brand. But what they don't realize is hijacking is risky. Because if you don't do it perfectly right, you are going to piss off everyone. And I would wager that every time you do hijack, it gets called out nowadays, and it is not worth it. Like, I'm going to tell you this. I have yet to see a successful hijacking. I don't know of a single one. Look at Snow White, yeah. Netflix's anime live actions. I've been is it the Kakeguri, the one that's like the gambling one, apparently has a Netflix live adaptation, and people have been tearing that a new one because the casting is so fucking bad. It's like, the characters don't look anything like they're supposed to. They literally don't even evoke the same themes. Well, it's like, I get it's like, if you're making it for the American audience, you're maybe not going to use the Japanese actors. I still think you should, but I get it's like, hey, they're not going to do that because it's more of a localized version of it. But it's like, now you've like not only have you changed like the actual ethnicity of the actors, but you've also changed their design and their theming and their troping, and it's like, so it's not the characters at all, which means this isn't the same story at all, which means this isn't a live action adaptation anymore. This is just its own thing where you hijack the fucking name. That's all it is. So you tried to make I Love Lucy for the modern day, it would fail utterly because you couldn't do the skits or anything because the core dynamic of I Love Lucy is based around gender roles of the 1950s. I love Lucy. And I'm not saying this to like be like chauvinistic or anything like that, but like straight up, I think most people can at least differentiate this stuff, and they can go like, hey, you know what? That is the way things were back then, and that's fucking hilarious. As opposed to being like, I'm upset. This isn't the way things should be. It's like, you know, it's like it's an older show. Like, it's funny too, because they have to put like, chat, how many times have you guys seen like a disclaimer on a movie or a show that was older now? Where they have to be like, oh, this was from a much older time. These don't represent our views and values. It's like everyone kind of fucking knows that. Like, you really shouldn't even have to put the disclaimer. And frankly speaking, I hate to say it, but it's like gender roles do serve a purpose to some degree. They don't need to be hard and fast. But, and I'm going to be honest with you, they're not hard and fast. And I'm going to give you an example within my own family. My brother is literally the stay-at-home dad to his breadwinner wife. My brother used to be the breadwinner, but they changed roles because the wife wanted to work more and they needed somebody to stay home with the kids. So my brother just said, you know what? All right, here we go. You take the mantle. I'm going to stay at home with the kids. And it's like, that's fine, right? Like, so the idea of like the gender roles need to be hard and fast is stupid, but the roles do serve a purpose. And the idea is that, like, yeah, someone does need to stay home and deal with the kids. That idea that it's like, there probably does need to be somebody cooking and cleaning the house type deal. It doesn't have to be the wife. It doesn't have to be the husband. It doesn't really matter. The idea and the concept at play here is that you do need the structure of a marriage and that sort of thing in order to allow you to have a productive home and a productive family. I'm not going to say you can't do it otherwise, but it's like, it is a proven recipe for success. And the more we deviate away from it, the more unproductive and dysfunctional we seem to become. So it's like, it's not that crazy to me to really like see all of that and just see how like unhinged some people have become in that regard. Hook a brother up. Does your sister-in-law have a sister? Yeah, she's pregnant and married. For the same reason we have warning labels on toilets and coffee machines now, we need disclaimers on old media because the median average is lower than most think it is. It's not. It's not. People know. The reason you have warning labels and disclaimers isn't because people don't know. It's because they'll sue your ass because you're liable. That's why. I was raised to cook and clean and keep a house as both my parents worked and were never home. I did it all. Nice. The Amazing World of Gumball, the mom is the breadwinner and the husband is the stay-at-home parent. Yeah. Housework is a lot. If both people are working, you can get latchkey kids and usually a lot more misery in the family. Well, it's like, I was talking about this the other day because we were talking about like, you know, my dating life or lack thereof. And it's like, I've said this before, it's like, if somebody wanted me to be the stay-at-home like person, I would not mind. I would not care, right? And in the same way, if I was going to be the one that worked all the time and I had a stay-at-home wife, I also wouldn't treat her as like less than me because, oh, well, I'm the breadwinner. You're not like, you're beneath me because all you do is stay at home, right? That being said, I will say this. I have seen this idea at both ends, both extremes. So the idea, it's like some people feel like the stay-at-home like mom or something like that doesn't do anything. That's an extreme and that's wrong. But simultaneously, I've seen people that are like, the stay-at-home mom does so much work than the person that goes to work. And I'm like, yeah, no, you're just actually unhinged if you think that. Like, both of you are doing a valuable thing for your family. Just treat each other with respect and carry your load, pull your weight, and help each other pull your weight. That's literally what a relationship is. So it's like, I don't understand this logic that I see some people on the internet have nowadays where it's like, oh, my husband does nothing. He doesn't care about me. All he does, he goes to work. Or like, oh man, the wife never does anything. She just like stays at home and surfs on the internet all day. And it's like, nah, it's like both sides do stuff. And if you feel like they're not, then you should speak up, right? Like if the wife really is sitting at home just surfing the internet and not actually doing anything to maintain the household, and then you have to come home from work and do it all yourself, that's a problem. Simultaneously, if the primary breadwinner is just getting fucking fired from his job left and right because he can't hold anything down, maybe he shouldn't be the primary breadwinner. So it's like, it is what it is. It's a partnership. Yep. MLB at 8, right? You can. Very natural to think everybody else is stupider than you. Right, which usually means that you're the stupid one if you think everybody else is stupider than you. God, what is it? I sent it. You know, the common saying is like, the smarter you are, the more you realize you don't know. Right? Where was it? I sent it to Steve the other day. You know, not to get political here, but it was an Alex Jones meme. But it made me laugh because it was Socrates. I know that I know nothing, and then it's like, look, I know I'm kind of retarded. It's like, wait, hold on, it's the same thing. It's like, I guess to some degree, it's like if you're at least willing to admit that you're not like the smartest person, it's probably a good sign. It shows that you have humility to some degree, and it shows that like you're more open to alternative viewpoints rather than like somebody that's like completely stuck up and thinks that they're the smartest person in the room at any given moment. They're not going to be like a very smart person in the end. They're going to be very narrow-minded and very like closed off to everything. They're very smarter than me. Yeah. There's too many people criticizing how others live nowadays. That is social media in a nutshell. And I hate to say it, but that is the problem with it. Social media has convinced people that the entire world is somebody that like needs to hear their opinion. And the reality is, chat, each of you is a unique and awesome individual, but also each of you does not fucking matter. And nobody needs to hear your opinion. I'm sorry, it's just the truth, right? Like, I'm not saying this to denigrate you guys, but it's like, you need to understand that it's like, you're literally no more special than the person next to you, but each of you is special. Gonna be a quiet room, yep. You're gonna listen to somebody, right? But the idea is usually that you want to listen to people that actually like have a decent take on the issue because they're relatively like well educated, or like have an idea that where it's like they have some sort of expertise or experience in the particular subject at hand. That's usually who you want to listen to. I'm gonna be honest with you, that's probably why so many of you guys come to stream, right? Because you want to hear my opinion on FGO related matters. My opinion on other matters don't necessarily matter. It's like, you guys are more than welcome to disagree with me on anything, and I always let you guys know that. Doesn't mean I won't debate you, but it does mean it's like, obviously if you disagree with me, it doesn't mean like it's my way or the highway. You're just welcome to disagree. How do you know someone is smart if you don't know what smart looks like? Well, I didn't say they were smart. I said they were experienced. Think about that. Interesting, right? Because if you go back to it, right, like this goes all the way back to like tribalism and like hunter-gatherer type scenario. It's like, who are you going to listen to? You going to listen to the guy that's coming on the hunt with you for the first time? Or are you going to listen to the guy that's been on 50 hunts before? The guy that's been on 50 hunts before may be an idiot, but the guy that's been on 50 hunts before has lived through 50 hunts. So there's something there. He knows a thing or two about this. I'm not making any judgment on his like overall intelligence, just that he seems to at least know something about hunting. Maybe he backstabbed everyone else. True. Is he the only one that's been on 50 hunts? Did everybody else die? Conspiracy theories abound. I mean, you like people to disagree with you and engage in discussion? To some degree. I feel like there's definitely people that will like disagree in bad faith, right? Been farming with 90 plus. Oh, I don't blame you, British. Yeah, 90 plus is like, I'm not gonna say it's like impossible to do or anything like that, but it definitely requires a little bit more like involvement. And I'm sure, at least to some degree, some of y'all are watching me do this and you're just like, what the fuck? Because this is not very like I keep scuffing it, but it's because I'm just not paying attention to it, right? I came for FGO and stayed for the healthy social discourse. That's true. I trust in John Hunt. Ninety plus doesn't need bond or doesn't need plug suit. Yeah, like that's. There's definitely going to be a lot more speed involved when you have far less button presses and far less like animations and stuff that you have to actually do. I need main DPS to have face cards. Yeah, carding can usually slow the comp down quite a bit too, assuming it's like carding in addition to an NP. Straight carding versus firing off an NP, carding is usually faster, but Oblivion ad, good. Yeah, we also had Claire Obscure come out today. So that was the other RPG that people have been waiting on, and supposedly it's good too. But I already have too many games in my backlog for right now, so I'll wait on that one. Expedition 33 one? Yeah. NP4 Jarcher and she just goes burr on 90 plus? Oh, probably. I mean, what are you doing? Are you using her like double Castoria type stuff? Because yeah, like Jarcher's refund is never the issue. It's always Jarcher's damage output more than anything. Ah, nice try. Nice try, chat. Y'all tried to bait me. Tried to bait me into using Gills and P again. When do you think the current glut of AAA games will die down to a more reasonable release schedule? What do you mean? Like for instance, Claire Obscure is an independent. I mean, Oblivion remake isn't. Well, yeah, no, Claire Obscure is an independent. It's just that I guess like they tapped Microsoft for the marketing and publishing of it. Yeah, some with pyromancy. Oh god. I think the AAA industry is probably going to go down soon. It's almost unsustainable in its current course because the more they keep raising the prices, and I've talked about this, chat, like everybody and their brother wants to talk to you about how the price of game production has risen. Nobody wants to talk about how the population grows perpetually and you've had an increased number of of like a percentage of that population becoming gamers over the years. So we're at this point where quite literally these companies are screaming that these games take too much to make, but simultaneously are posting record profits. So you need to stop believing their bullshit excuse about the game costs too much to make. The reason the game costs too much to make is because they're becoming fat and bloated and they're making way too many bad decisions. It's not because they can't make the game. It's because they're Ubisoft and they have 20 plus studios around the world that they frankly don't need to have. So it's like, oh yeah, man, we have way too much overhead. So literally just rehashing a game that we perpetually produce with slightly changed mechanics apparently costs $300 million, which is more than most movies cost to make. So it's like you start looking at that and you're like, wait a minute. That's not a player issue. That's a you don't run yourself efficiently issue. And you want to charge us more for shit, and you want us to subscribe and pay you more microtransactions. And it's like, no, you're a druggie. You are literally an addict, and you are hooked on scalable income, and you're not liking the fact that you've hit that cap and you can't get your fix. That's all it is. That's all it is for them. Oh no, EA Games is in really hot water because FIFA lost the naming rights, and then it became Football Club, and Football Club is literally like tanking apparently because they have done some scummy stuff with it again. And it's apparently like their biggest thing. So like that combined with the failure for Dragon Age apparently had like their quarterly earnings way down. Yeah. So chat, y'all saw the news that Discord's going public, right? Yep. I hate to say it. A day may come where the explosion Discord finally explodes. I'll miss Discord. Discord is such a good product, but yeah, I agree. And I wanted to say this, but I've called this for probably the past at least 6 months because the signs were there. The product was already getting in shitified. The product kept trying to squeeze more money out of us, and the servers were just getting worse. So they were penny pinching where they needed to be spending money. They were trying to squeeze more money out of you, and they were putting a bunch of shitty new scummy ways to get money and to like inshitify the product more in the hopes of going public. And I literally said like a couple months back, I was like, man, Discord can't have more than 5 years left. Can't. And sure enough, we get this news and I'm like, yep, let's move that time period forward even faster. DMs are getting leaked, yeah. Oh yeah, it already is in its enshittification route. See, I'm going to say this. Chat, the color scheme, the way the app operates, none of that is enshittification. That's just taste. That is personal taste. What is enshittification? Allow me to explain. Enshittification is when you keep making a product worse and you keep wanting more money out of it. So an example is they keep trying to get you to pay more for like Nitro. They keep trying to get advertisers in. They keep trying to do these other things to get more money. Okay. Simultaneously, the servers are actually like dying more. The streaming has never been good and is getting worse. And the mobile app has never been good. And they keep changing it in a way that people don't want them to. Okay? So if your servers are dying more, your streaming is getting less quality, despite the fact that, like, for instance, on the server chat, we pay for the maximum. We have the maximum capacity that you can have for streaming quality. And we've only noticed it get worse over time, not better. And the mobile app has been worse and worse and worse to use over time. But you want more and more and more and more and more money. That's enshittification right there. Okay? So regardless of what you guys think about, like, the color scheme or, like, the way the app operates, these things are the actual, like, reasons that you use the app. Them getting worse and them demanding more money from you, that's enshittification. That's textbook enshittification. And they did all of this probably to grow the company more, to get it towards a point of going public. It will inevitably join Skype in the graveyard. Discord will probably have legs for a long time, and I'm going to tell you guys why. Content creators. There's a real problem with picking up your community and saying, all right, we now all exist over here. Content creators are not going to want to move. People are going to prefer Discord to varying degrees. So as the product gets worse and worse and worse, you'll lose more and more and more people, but there are always going to be these stubborn people that don't want to leave. It's like YouTube, it may be too late. Yeah. You're almost at the point that you have to hope, and I'm dead serious about this. Discord going public is bad. What you need to hope for now is that Discord gets bought out. Unfortunately, Discord is very likely to get bought out by Microsoft. And that is not good. That's extremely bad. Microsoft is literally the one company you don't want to buy it. I'm going to be honest with you. It would be better if Meta bought it than Microsoft. And I'm not even kidding. Skype 2.0. Not even for the comparison to Skype. The reason that you don't want Microsoft to own Discord, and here's the reason. They already tried. Literally, Microsoft already tried to buy Discord. Discord said no. Why? Why did Discord say no? Because Discord knew it was going public. It was already in their plans. So, Microsoft tried. And the reason Microsoft tried is because if you look at Microsoft's strategy, chat, Microsoft has basically been doing things where they go like, okay, we can't beat Sony. We can't beat Nintendo. So we're going to get out of the console race pretty much as possible. We're still producing a console, but we don't care if it wins. And we're now going to instead try to take over game licensing with Game Pass and studio acquisitions. So what does this mean? If you look at it from a industry perspective, this is Microsoft saying, we can't win in the industry, but what we can do is we can try to control so much of it that even though we're not the win, we are taking a portion of the profit no matter what they do. They are trying to control the upstream and the downstream from the industry because they can't win in the actual industry. And because Microsoft's big enough to throw its weight and its money around, so it can do that. So that's why they tried to get Discord. Discord would have literally been, not only do we control Game Pass, and not only do we control all these studios, now we control where all of the gamers meet up and vocalize. That's what they tried to do with Xbox Live back in the past, if you guys remember. So it's like, this is just another like rung on the ladder to them. It's just a like, oh, hey, we're going to try to do this. And then what they'll do is they'll put in all their shitty advertising, all their shitty data scraping, and they will sit there and they will try to make it integrate with the Microsoft Store, the literal worst invention known to mankind. And then they will sit there and they will try to like have all these like plugins incentivizing their Game Pass and stuff like that. And then they'll basically start charging you for like extra things. Where they'll be like, oh, you need Nitro to even be able to use your emotes in an animated form or on another server. Oh, but now you also, we're not even going to make it so that boosting is a thing anymore. We're just going to make you literally pay us directly if you want better server capacity and stream quality. They're going to do that. They're going to make it a subscription-based service. And that's going to be the problem. So it's like, you really don't want Microsoft doing that, because then whatever features and stuff they implement with Discord, they will naturally be like, oh, but we're not going to allow it to work with like Nintendo or Sony. And I'm going to tell you guys flat out, you know how you guys can stream on Discord and you can stream anything you want? Not if Microsoft owns it. Copyright, bitch. Guarantee it. Honestly, at this point, the best owner that Discord could get would be Amazon, because of how Amazon handles Twitch copyright. That is literally the best one they could get at this point. But yeah, we're at this point where we basically need to start looking into alternatives. I've actually like asked Avalon to look into a couple for me. There's a couple that I'm aware of. So it's like, I basically am already at the point, it's like, we're just going to start making plans. I'm not going to tell you guys we're going to move right away, because we got to find like a good place that'll actually work. And for better or worse, so much is in Discord on this side that I don't want to give it up. And I will literally wait until the point that they do and shitify it to the point of no return, because for better or worse, so many of you guys are on Discord, and it would take all of you leaving for another place en masse for me to decide to close down this Discord. I don't like copyright at all. I don't like it either, to a degree. I mean, like, copyright does serve its purpose, but the copyright laws really need to be reformed. Buy out everything so the consumer has no choice. Correct. That is their strategy. It's fine. You don't want to buy our console. You don't want to play our game. Well, we're going to buy out literally every game. We're going to literally make it so that like you have to do it. I saw someone the other day that like, oh, yeah, hey, you can play the Oblivion remake for free on Xbox Game Pass. And I was like, are you that stupid? Like, what do you mean free? Like, maybe with a free trial, but like, it ain't free. You're definitely paying for that shit. I miss the time of personal websites and bulletin boards. Those were not centralized on two freaking social network services such as Discord. Yeah, that's the problem. I am gonna say this though, chat. As much as this scenario sucks, okay? Rest assured. As much as people like to be like, ooh, capitalism is so bad. Capitalism is also what will bail this out. because people will literally sit there and they'll go, Discord had a really good thing. Why did they go public? And someone else will make Discord 2. And I say this, there are already platforms out there that are trying. Okay? So it is what it is. Even TeamSpeak is starting to try to emulate Discord. Because I think they knew that the reason people weren't using their product anymore is because their product had become so ass. Okay? Will Discord 2 have blackjack and hookers? I don't know. But eventually you'll get to a point where someone will realize, it's like, oh, wait, you're going to basically get someone get Gaben. Get Gaben on the line. Someone call Gaben right now. Get Steam to make it. Get Steam to make Discord. And that will totally fuck anybody else that tries. Microsoft Teams is supposed to be similar to Discord. That's a good one. See, making a Discord alternative that would crush them all, it really would. And dear God, that would piss off Microsoft so much. That would absolutely salt them. It's likely that'll happen. I hope so. If Steam steps up to make its social network usable, it'll be the end of any other gaming distribution service. Yep. It really will. But see, that is the problem, right? Then inevitably, Mr. Fox, thank you for the raid. How's it going, everybody? Call it the Gaming Network? Yes. Inevitably, if Steam were to do that, it would basically, they would get sued for monopolization, and then they would get trust busted, which is stupid, but it is what it is. Hello, all you Bargoo fans. How's it going? How's your stream, Fox? How goes the grind? I have had to gift chat way too many subs tonight. They've been distracting me. Call it Datcord. Yeah, we were just talking about how Discord is going public, apparently. So, not that Discord wasn't already in shitifying itself, but now it's like, oh, the writing may be on the wall. We may be running out of time for Discord. It may be time to start looking for a new service. And I was telling chat, it's like, you know, the best thing, like, out of all the things that could, like, pop up to replace Discord is, like, can you imagine if Steam made a Discord alternative and then, like, it linked in with, like, your Steam account and everything? It's like, there wouldn't be any reason to use any other product at that point. It's funny, Spider Fight. Ah, I see. So you're still doing LB7 then? It's not a monopoly. It's just so much of the other stuff. Oh no, Steam has already gotten sued for being a monopoly. I think was it Australia? It was one of the other countries. They got sued for it. I haven't heard what the outcome of it was. I assume it's like it's not going to work. But like, the point is, they're already trying to get rid of Steam because so many of these other companies hate it, because Steam is a functional monopoly, but it's a monopoly of consumer choice, where every consumer has realized how good of a product Steam is, and they refuse to use any other product. So it's just like, oh wait, hey, it's funny how the distribution service that is actually consumer oriented rather than like more profit oriented is the one that all of the consumers prefer. Shocking, right? Huh, I wonder why. Yeah. Oh, there's plenty of other attempts to do the job that Steam does. None of them can beat Steam because Steam just keeps making the choice that's pro-consumer. It's the Amazon of games that has everything and and is usually convenient. Yep. And like it's like, oh, someone stole your account. All right, I'm gonna send the squad to go basically. I didn't realize this. So the Pacific Rim soundtrack was done by Ramin Djawadi. He's the guy that did the theme song for Game of Thrones and Iron Man. So no wonder this thing popped off. Epic Games tried, but yeah, failed because Steam is consumer focused. Dude, it's so funny to me. Epic Games keeps giving away games for free. Like straight up, just here, take it for free. And everyone's just like, yeah, I mean, I'll take the free game, but I don't care. I'm not using your service. Steam is based, yes. Guys, if you haven't checked out Mr. Fox first, go do so. Also saying piracy is almost always a service problem and not a pricing problem. Yeah, and he's right. Like, and that's the thing, is everyone will basically admit it. Like, I'm at the point of almost being like a piracy activist. I'm not really yet, but like I'm getting there where it's like I so much to such a degree don't want to give some of these people their like my money because they don't deserve it or because they're like ruining the things that I love. That it's like, yeah, I'm getting to that point that I'm just gonna like start pirating stuff instead of actually like paying them for it, and it's stupid. We shouldn't be at that point, but it's because these companies are literally not listening to people. They're willfully neglecting the consumer, and it's funny because then they'll get angry and they'll try to shut piracy down, and then they'll be like, "We've really cracked down on piracy," and wait, why didn't our sales go up? Because they're going to learn. It's like, yeah, it's like people are literally not pirating in most cases because they can't get your game, or rather like they're not pirating just to steal your game. They're pirating because they can't get your game. They're pirating because they don't want your game or something like that. Like they don't want to pay the price that you have set for. So it's like there is some sort of issue there. It's like you either priced your game too high or you didn't make it available in their area or something like that. Because Steam is that much better of an experience. Oh, I don't even think they're close. I think Epic Games Store is like you could argue that Steam is like the 7.0 to Epic Games Store's like early access. Pirating out of spite. Yep. It's that we don't want to pay you money. Yeah. You're buying the rights to the game. Well, it's like I said, I get the feeling that if like for instance, if Nintendo keeps trying to do the like $80 game and stuff like that, people are either just not going to buy the console, or people that have the console are going to start going like, what the shit? I can't afford this. I'm just going to start pirating this stuff. And it's not going to be a good look for them at that point. Nice try, chat. It doesn't even compare. It doesn't. I mean, but that's, if you look back at like most of the other platforms, that's also why they failed. Right? Like, if you start asking yourself, like, why did Uplay not work? Why did Origin not work for EA? Like the only other computer distribution platform, sorry, there are two others. There are two others that I know of that are reasonably successful, and they are not AAA game company platforms.
The two others that I know of that are successful are Humble Bundle and Good Old Games, GOG Games. Those are the two. And they differentiate themselves from Steam in a positive way, and they're also both pro-consumer. So Humble Bundle is a charity-run thing, and that's why people love contributing to that. Meanwhile, Good Old Games is literally for older games that maybe don't run as well and are just being like, hey, they want to preserve them so that they can actually be run. So in that regard, Good Old Games has I believe they have a no takedown policy. Like, games that are hosted on Good Old Games will never be removed. So it's like, good. Yeah, it's also DRM free. So it's like, if you put your game on their service, there will not be DRM on it. And so it's like, that's why people continue to go to use those platforms. That's, to me, what these other ones should be trying to emulate. They should be trying to differentiate themselves and provide things that Steam doesn't provide, while also maybe trying to provide some of the same things that are expected to be provided that Steam does. And if they do that, I think they'll see that they'll actually begin to have success. But they don't, and it's hilarious. What's DRM? Digital rights management or something like that. I'm trying to remember. It's basically, it's anti-piracy stuff. So it's like de novo, for instance, is DRM, right? It's an anti-piracy like software that's loaded into the game in the background. Yep. I know Game Planet is European and pretty popular there. I feel like I've heard of Game Planet before, but yeah, like I don't have any interaction with that one, at least. BattleNet is doing okay. I think BattleNet is only kept afloat by WoW, Call of Duty, and Overwatch. That's it. Like, I don't think there's anything else that gets played on it. COD is on BattleNet? Yeah. Because the whole Activision Blizzard merger. BattleNet has discoverability issues. BattleNet's literally not discoverable because it's not. BattleNet basically isn't online. Like, you can access BattleNet online, but you can only access your account. They don't have the actual like interface and stuff. So there's no point. Like there's no way in which you can link to it. And I will say this, to a large degree, I think that's also why Steam is successful, is because Steam does have word of mouth and is discoverable by virtue of like things like Google searches. Now, I need you guys to think about that. Why is it discoverable by Google search? Because their entire marketplace is hosted on the internet, if you wish to find it that way. So the interesting part about that is, like, Google has not been anti-Steam. Google has just absolutely allowed Steam to flourish, which is really funny, because I'm sure that also pisses off things like Microsoft. I guarantee, probably if you went on like Bing, you would have a harder time finding stuff on Steam compared to Google. You mind doing your LB7 Birdman voice real quick? I heard it was legendary. Vakoob! Yeah, my Vakoob voice. I basically kept voicing him as a like really stuck up, like haughty person. He's a dinos. Yeah, he's actually a dinos. Well, actually, I'm a Danos. To be fair, he is. Yeah, I always made his voice try to sound the most like outrageously like overzealous and like sensationalist as possible. I say. Somebody who enjoys the smell of their farts. No, somebody who thinks their farts don't smell. Finally got second drop. Nice. Where are we at, chat? We are at 47. So we'll be at, oh my god, we're almost at 80. Jesus. Well, let's go for 80, chat. I hate the fact that the first round's 3 days only. So stupid. It is what it is. I wouldn't be worried about it too much. Hey, yo, Merlin. I didn't know you streamed. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Give me 1 second here. Actually, did I get Fox a shout out? I didn't even see. Blah, 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 blah. I never gave Fox a shout out. You did? Did I? Too bad doing it again. And there you go, Merlin. Hope your farming was well. At least that's what I assume you're doing. In the $100 part, it would crash the game. Yeah, people were telling me. I haven't done it myself, but they're saying that like the box rolling at the moment is currently bugged, so it should get fixed at some point. I give it a shout out anyways. Yeah, it's no problem. Always appreciate when you guys raid me. It doesn't matter how many viewers you guys have. And for anyone that is new here, hi, I'm Kadroth. I stream FGO all the time. I have a Lotto guide out right now if you guys need anything for that. And yeah, just come chill and hang out as we farm. You also forgot to shout out Gouchigers. What? Did I miss him? Was he here? I feel like I'm being gaslit right now. Isn't the box rolling just an image bug? I mean, that's what I've heard, but at least Merlin's saying that it's crashing for them, so maybe. Would we do that? Yes, chat would absolutely gaslight me in order to make me scuff so that I'll gift them another sub. We would never. Yeah, sure. The 100 bug actually bricks the game. They are two different bugs. Jesus. Yeah, and it's I imagine that the 100 bug is probably like they forgot to do whatever fix for the like early 100 spin, but I actually no, I think we're past that point. I think this lotto is already past the point that we would have naturally had the 100 spin by now. Well, I don't know. It probably just is, yeah, it's this weird ass spaghetti code. This stuff does happen on NA though, because it's like we have a different like state compared to what JP had. So it's like, I think just unknown things crop up like this. Game crash for you as well, HUD? Okay. Damn it, timing. I see. Now, chat, here's the thing though, right? We were talking about Steam, we were talking about potential monopoly. But what happens when Steam goes public after Gaben dies? Stop. I know. So the comforting thing is I have seen Gaben say something like he's apparently putting in the effort to make it so that like, god damn it, that like Steam is kind of like preserved even after he like steps down or whatever, or moves on into the next game. That's a Scuff chat. Enjoy. Eroded rock. Congratulations. My wallet is eroding. I hope he has a backup plan. Yeah, supposedly he does. Supposedly he's like taking steps to like ensure that Steam is preserved, at least I think to like the core principles that that they set out to do. So that's good. But I do worry that like, you know, it's easy to say like, hey, I'm taking the steps and I'm going to like set this in stone. But like you could look at something like Wizards of the Coast, for instance, where it's like 20 years ago they basically put it in that like D&D was always going to basically be like free to the players and everything like that. And then, you know, like last year they tried to basically change that. So it's like, who's to say what the future will hold, where the people running the company in the end start getting greedy and start trying to subvert the original design and intention. It's just like, at the end of the day, you don't know. No, Wizards of the Coast sends Pinkertons after people. Jesus, dude. Oh, is this not gonna kill either? Wow. Okay, no, he got the extra attack. Sounds like Konami. Yep. The person following Gaben, I'm not worried about. It's the one after them that scares me. Yeah, that's Gaben will like handpick his successor. It'll be like, oh shit, what about the next guy after that? Does he pick the right person, right? So it's like, I don't know. I hope they build a statue to Gaben and they just sit there and they like worship it and they're like, we must all continue to like espouse the ideals of Lord Gaben. Merlin, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. You didn't have to. Doesn't help Hasbro. It's a very shit company. Yeah. I mean, apparently they've gotten into like arguments over this about like, so Wizards of the Coast is way more profitable than like the rest of Hasbro's IPs combined. Okay. So people have said it's like, should Wizards actually be divested and become its own company? And should Hasbro declare bankruptcy? Because apparently the rest of Hasbro is underwater. Like it literally just doesn't make any money. And the one thing that they have used to prevent the shareholders from triggering that is that they have basically claimed that it's the Hasbro side of things that has all the Hollywood connections for making movies. So that's why like the D&D movie mattered so much to them. And you start to realize it's like, wait, that's actually kind of stupid because you could literally just like give the same people the same connections in order to like allow that. But it's basically one of those deals where it's like they're just trying to keep all the rights for themselves and they're trying not to divest anything because they just want to like keep it all. And at the same time, they're also kind of forcing certain decisions on Wizards, but then Wizards' own leadership is also equally bad, apparently, too. So it's sort of a blind leading the blind scenario. Oh, god damn it. Is this going to be another scuff? Should have gone back to writing on the screen. Church never had corrupt officials, right? Oh, it's really funny because I saw people with like it's obviously the Pope died recently, and I was seeing people that are like, oh, they need to get an outsider to become the Pope again. It hasn't happened since the 1300s, and I was like, you realize when it happened in the 1300s, it was the De Medicis that were getting like crowned Pope basically, and it was absolutely corrupt. It's like, you really don't want that to happen in the church. Hello, A's. Enjoy your gift sub. I had 9 drops and 70 boxes. I'm doing fantastic. Yeah, that's not bad. I think, actually, I don't know how many I'm at. Am I still... Actually, yeah, I'm only at like, what, 6? 6 drops, I think? Yeah, it's like... This stuff's gonna get corrupt no matter what. I think right now we also just have a general, like, bad mentality in, like major Fortune 500 companies and stuff like that. It's the idealistic pursuit of the short term, and I think it keeps costing them every time they try it. One here, but I'm at like box 18. Yeah, that's all good. I'm just trying to like get ahead of this shit because I basically, like chat said, there's only a couple of days here for the first couple rounds, but like regardless of that, I need to kind of get ahead and start to roll out some of the boxes, which is going to be a problem since we have the glitches at the moment. But I get the feeling they'll fix that here in the next day or two. But the issue is going to basically be that like I need to figure out where I stand to figure out how many boxes I actually need to do. Nice. 80. Glitches? Yeah, apparently there's bugs if you try to roll out your boxes right now. So I would advise you guys not to do it. Or at least, like, don't go past the first 10 boxes. Because apparently that's, like, crashing people is what I'm being told. Do they aim short turn? It's also because there's a lot of like so like for instance for CEOs there's a lot of incentives that are based off of like stock performance, so they'll do anything to short term drive the stock performance up to get the bonus. So that's the issue that you're having is they're basically like boards are effectively incentivizing bad behavior and they're not being good stewards of their company because they're focusing entirely on the short term and not the long term. And they're creating, again, like I called it the other day, a going concern for the company. They're literally like tanking the company's profitability because they keep making short-sighted decisions that backfire and cost them their entire like customer base. So it's like when you do that, it's like, oh, but if we had succeeded, we would have been, billionaires. And it's like, okay, yeah, but the alternative was you didn't succeed and you tanked the entire company. Probably not a good decision to make. You should probably take a more even measured approach that doesn't risk, pulling the company under. And that's like I said, I, went to college for a lot of this stuff, and that's what I got taught is like, you do need to have some form of risk assessment and take at least a little bit more of a like conservative approach in that regard to that. Like, it's okay to take risks, but don't take a risk that risks, you know, the entire like continued capability of a company to exist. It's like, at that point, that's probably a bad idea. You should only take that risk if you have to, if there's no other alternative, rather than like, oh yeah, I'm just going to take it just for the just because I want 5% more profits this quarter. Oh, background disappeared in one run of the lotto. I have pictures. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's like just this lotto is like not, I don't know, maybe they just didn't like test the patch too well. Pump the stocks, get paid, move on to the next CEO role. Yep. And then demand more because you were successful at the last one. Wall Street's been that way for well over a decade now. Yeah. And it didn't used to be, but it definitely has been that way for at least a decade. And it's like, I think what's making it so apparent is it's now becoming known that that's what's happening. Like, I think it's like, it was happening for a longer time, but it's becoming such a problem that you're starting to see people become outspoken about it. And to me, if I were a stockholder and I saw a company behaving that way, I would immediately uninvest from them. If I saw a company that was making stupid decisions, I would dump their stock. I would be like, nope, this is not going to go anywhere good. Have a good night, everyone. Later, Insane. It's actually probably going to be it for me as well, chat. I'm going to keep grinding to the point that I go to bed. But we will end it here. Let me see who is on. I'm seeing both Gotcha Gurus and Ivy on. We raided Gotcha Gurus last time, so let's go raid Ivy. And chat, I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. Oh, thank God. I don't think I have to work this weekend, but I don't know. I gotta talk to my dad about that. So hopefully I get a two-day weekend to actually rest. In the meantime, chat, don't forget, check us out on YouTube. I did get a short out today. I have at least a short out for tomorrow, but I think we have another video in the works as well. So check us out there, and don't forget, join the Discord. That it's a limited time offer. Discord may not be around for too much longer, so definitely get on the Discord and see what it's all about. And I'll see you guys for the next one. Go give Ivy my love later.